meeting please come to order? Would someone in the back ask the delegates that are out in the outside there to come inside? Please stand. We'll have the national anthem. On behalf of the Jackson Central Labor Union and its entire membership, I would like to welcome you to Jackson to this state convention. While you're here in Jackson on a visit, I hope that if we can be any assistance to you, that you will please call on us. To you as delegates, I would like to congratulate you on a delegate to this convention, because I know in the year behind that you have been working in your local. And I feel sure that the local has faith and confidence in you that you will make this a successful meeting. If you have time while you're here, you would like to visit some of the points of interest in Jackson. If you do, we would appreciate in any way we can help you to assist you that way. This time now, it is my privilege to present to you the one that will give the invocation at this time, Brother Morrow, which is with the Children's Orphanage in Jackson. Brother Morrow.
May we pray. Eternal God, our Father, we thank Thee for all of the blessings which have been ours. We realize that all the days of our lives we have been pensioners of Thy goodness and Thy mercy. Thou hast blessed us in a manner far beyond anything which we could deserve, yet we are grateful. And we would seek to manifest our gratitude by living each day a life that is pleasing in Thy sight. We thank Thee for this day, for the blessings which have already been ours, for the opportunities and privileges which this day will afford. We thank Thee that Thou hast so created us that we are capable of becoming partners of Thine in the divine endeavor of establishing on this earth a kingdom akin to that which exists in heaven. We thank Thee for the privilege of work. We're grateful that Thou hast placed us in a land that does respond to the knowledge of our minds, the skill of our hands, and the effort of our lives. Help us always to realize that through every job in which we can render a useful service to others, we are serving Thee. Enable us to realize the sacredness of all work which is engaged in the right spirit. Help us so to regard our jobs and our vocations as being avenues of service to our fellow men and thus to Thee. Enable us to live daily in such a fashion that our work will be accomplished in a manner that will be pleasing in Thy sight. We invoke now Thy blessings to rest upon this assembly. May Thy Spirit guide and direct in all of the proceedings here. Enable each heart to be conscious of Thy presence, and enable us to live in such a fashion each day that when our time on this earth comes to a close, we will have the blessed privilege of hearing Thee say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joys of thy Lord." In the name of Christ, our Redeemer, we make our prayer. Amen.
It is now my privilege to present to you a fellow Jacksonian that we in the Labor Department are proud of. A man that has been a teacher in the Jackson Public School for a number of years, a successful real estate man, a man that we can talk to about our problems in the labor organization. It is now my privilege to present to you Commissioner Clark Horton.
Thank you, President Johnson, distinguished head table guests, members of the AFL-CIO, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a real honor and privilege of mine to have the opportunity to welcome you to your capital city for this third biennial AFL-CIO Council meeting. I know of no group that it gives me a greater pleasure to welcome to Jackson than this group here today. Just recently, I was reading an article that showed some progress in our state and in our capital city that I think you played a most vital role. The progress that I have reference to
Would the meeting please come to order? Would someone in the back ask the delegates that are out in the outside there to come inside? Please stand. We'll have the national anthem. On behalf of the Jackson Central Labor Union and its entire membership, I would like to welcome you to Jackson to this state convention. While you're here in Jackson on a visit, I hope that if we can be any assistance to you, that you will please call on us. To you as delegates, I would like to congratulate you on a delegate to this convention, because I know in the year behind that you have been working in your local. And I feel sure that the local has faith and confidence in you that you will make this a successful meeting. If you have time while you're here, you would like to visit some of the points of interest in Jackson. If you do, we would appreciate in any way we can help you to assist you that way. This time now, it is my privilege to present to you the one that will give the invocation at this time, Brother Morrow, which is with the Children's Orphanage in Jackson. Brother Morrow.
May we pray. Eternal God, our Father, we thank Thee for all of the blessings which have been ours. We realize that all the days of our lives we have been pensioners of Thy goodness and Thy mercy. Thou hast blessed us in a manner far beyond anything which we could deserve, yet we are grateful. And we would seek to manifest our gratitude by living each day a life that is pleasing in Thy sight. We thank Thee for this day, for the blessings which have already been ours. for the opportunities and privileges which this day will afford. We thank Thee that Thou hast so created us that we are capable of becoming partners of Thine in the divine endeavor of establishing on this earth a kingdom akin to that which exists in heaven. We thank Thee for the privilege of work. We're grateful that Thou hast placed us in a land that does respond to the knowledge of our minds, the skill of our hands, and the effort of our lives. Help us always to realize that through every job in which we can render a useful service to others, we are serving Thee. Enable us to realize the sacredness of all work which is engaged in the right spirit. Help us so to regard our jobs and our vocations as being avenues of service to our fellow men and thus to Thee. Enable us to live daily in such a fashion that our work will be accomplished in a manner that will be pleasing in Thy sight. We invoke now Thy blessings to rest upon this assembly. May Thy Spirit guide and direct in all of the proceedings here. Enable each heart to be conscious of Thy presence, and enable us to live in such a fashion each day that when our time on this earth comes to a close, we will have the blessed privilege of hearing Thee say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joys of thy Lord." In the name of Christ, our Redeemer, we make our prayer. Amen.
It is now my privilege to present to you a fellow Jacksonian that we in the Labor Department are proud of. A man that has been a teacher in the Jackson Public School for a number of years, a successful real estate man, a man that we can talk to about our problems in the labor organization. It is now my privilege to present to you Commissioner Clark Horton.
Thank you, President Johnson, distinguished head table guests, members of the AFL-CIO, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a real honor and privilege of mine to have the opportunity to welcome you to your capital city for this third biennial AFL-CIO Council meeting. I know of no group that it gives me a greater pleasure to welcome to Jackson than this group here today. Just recently, I was reading an article that showed some progress in our state and in our capital city that I think you played a most vital role. The progress that I have reference to is in the lines of the buying power of the average family in the state of Mississippi and in Jackson in the last 5 years. In Jackson, the figure said that we have increased our buying power by 37.8% since 1960. In the state of Mississippi, overall, we have increased the average buying power of each family by 42.3%. I would testify that you were the number one responsible for the increase of the buying power of our people of the state of Mississippi and here in Jackson. because it has been through your leadership that people are making more money. The people that needed it the most. So my hat is off to each of you for a job that you have done well in the past and that I'm sure that you will continue to do. So in simplicity, I'd like to say to each of you, you are always welcome here in your capital city. We want you to consider this your second home because Jackson belongs to you just as much as it does to me or the other people that's living here in Jackson. We want you to come back and visit us as often as possible. Take in some of the recreational activities that takes place here in your capital city. For example, if you love football, it's being kicked off this Saturday night with the Mississippi All-Star High School football game. And this fall, there are 6 good major college games lined up here in the Memorial Stadium. And at the Coliseum, there are a variety of activities that takes place almost weekly. And before too many months, we hope to have this auditorium completed, and I can assure you now that it will be one of the finest auditoriums anywhere in the southeastern area. So we want you to come back to Jackson, continue to have this convention here, and on every possible occasion, you come back to your capital city and enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Horton. I would like this time to congratulate the Executive Committee of the State Council for their picking and selection of Jackson Avery for our convention this time. I think they have done a wonderful job in providing facilities as well as seating arrangements and facilities on the outside there that you have just for your restroom and whatnot. One of the best I think I've witnessed at any time. It is now my privilege to present to you a man that I'm sure most of you are acquainted with, one that has worked, I guess, harder than any man in the state for the labor group. He has probably put in more hours this year than most any of us that work on the job. It is now my privilege to turn the rostrum over to your permanent chairman, Brother Claude Ramsey.
President Johnson, fellow members, officers, and members of the state AFL-CIO, distinguished guest, delegates to this convention. Let me say at the outset that I appreciate those kind remarks of President Johnson, and that it is a real pleasure to have our people back together again in our capital city. If I expect to keep all of the speakers on time during this convention, then certainly I should expect to keep my own self on schedule. There's much I'd like to talk with you about this morning, but time will not permit because of the time element. I propose today to discuss with you several items that need to be discussed. To the best of my ability, I'm going to put 2 or 3 situations in its proper perspective to the best of my ability. It was interesting to note the Commissioner's remarks here a few minutes ago. Remarks that indicated that he recognizes the fact that the state of Mississippi, the economic welfare of this state is dependent to a very large degree upon the purchasing power of the state's workforce through the process of collective bargaining. Now, we've had a lot of discussion throughout this state in the past few years about the low per capita income of Mississippi, but no one has come forward and suggested that the answer to our state's problem is to encourage the collective bargaining process. Not one. Instead, the governor and the members of the legislature have promoted a plan and set up a commission known as the Research and Development Commission that's designed to bring the state's per capita income up to the national average by the year 2000. And I suggest to you here this morning that the AFL-CIO is very much concerned about improving wages and working conditions, but we don't intend to wait until the year 2000 to get the job done. The labor movement in the state, as I view it, has two unfinished items of business before it. That is organizing the unorganized workers of this state for the purpose of collective bargaining to uplift the per capita income, if you please, of all the people in this state. And our next unfinished business is to put together an effective political organization, a political action program. The two go hand in hand, and you can't separate one from the other. Now, in discussing this unfinished business of ours, I'm going to also, to the best of my ability, try to place another question in its proper perspective, and that's none other than the race issue. Because we can't discuss our unfinished business without getting involved with this issue. We've had a lot of talk about this, about Claude Ramsey and some of his involvements with certain Negro leaders in the state, and today I intend to the best of my ability to get this question in its proper perspective. Those of you who are on the organizing staff of international unions, and those of you in the central bodies throughout the state, those of you in the central councils, other state organizations who are concerned about organizing, know that the employees in the state have used the race issue to keep all of our people from organizing, be they white or black. And it depends upon where you are and what the ratio of employees are is how this issue is used. We go into a plant where the employees are about 50%. One device is used, such as here in Jackson at the Mississippi Products plant. We got delegates present here today from that organization. I want to touch on this a little bit to show you what happens. In that particular plant, about the ratio of employees is about 50% white and about 50% Negro. In 1961, the Carpenters Union initiated a campaign in this plant, and it took 3 years and cost $250,000 to put a union in that plant. And the reason that plant wasn't organized any sooner gets right down to what we're talking about. The employer used the race issue to keep the people from organizing, to keep wages down. Let's get the record straight. This is what it's all about. Keep people from organizing, to keep whole wages down. Down in the city of Natchez, just recently, we had the employer in that town, campaign that Ray Smith was conducting, the rubber workers, use the issue the other way. I want to show you, and I want to cite to you some propaganda that was put out in that one. In this particular plant, about 99% of the people were Negro. So what does the employer do in that plant? He passes out this literature. Do labor unions practice what they preach? Ask a trade union organizer to explain this article to you. The headline of a news story, Union Bias is Charged. Several pieces of that literature was passed out in that campaign. But fortunately, they didn't buy it down there. They voted for union representation. Several other areas of the state, as here in Jackson, where the employees are about 50% black and 50% white, they get the Negroes off to one side, tell them, now fellas, if you get in this union, the Ku Klux Klan's going to run you, take over your business. They get the whites off to the side and say, now fellas, get in this union, the NAACP is going to take over and run your business for you. Now, I think that our people are about to get wise to this business myself. This race issue is just about to come to a head. Employees and the political figures in this state are not going to be able to use this issue much longer to confuse the minds of the working people of this state. And when that happens, then we will have a new day in this state. The working force in this state will come to the trade union movement, and the per capita income will be brought up above the national average before the year 2000. Now, I told you I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the other item of unfinished business we have, and that's the need of an effective political organization in this state. And again, we're going to have to talk about the race issue a little bit in order to show you what, in our opinion, it's going to take to do to bring about an effective political program in the state of Mississippi. And before I get into that, I want to advise you that week before last, I had the pleasure to address a history institute at the University of Mississippi. We had 40-some-odd some 40-odd high school history teachers on the campus of the university, and they requested that I appear before them twice and address them on organized labor and the history of the development of the trade union movement here in the state, and to discuss labor and politics. Today I want to read to you part of one of those addresses. I can't read all of them. I'd like to read both of them, but one of them's 55 minutes long and the other one's 35 minutes long, so we can't use that much time. Now, I want to talk about a gentleman for a few minutes. He used to be governor of the state. A gentleman by the name of Ross Barnett. Last week, one day, I happened to pick up a newspaper and found two stories. Very interesting stories. One of them was a report of Ross Barnett, an address made by a former governor before a civic group here in the city of Jackson. And the story went on to say, and quoted a former state superintendent of education. I want to read that to you. Great things happened during his administration. Everybody had a breakfast at the mansion. They built the Mississippi Stadium in Pearl River Reservoir. And there sits Bob Hederman, who runs the reservoir, and I believe they say it may be the best run after all. Former State Superintendent Bond, State Superintendent of Education Bond. Evidently, the Superintendent of Education didn't keep up with Ross Barnett's record as I did. And I want to review with you here a few minutes this morning the record of that gentleman. And again, before I go into that record, I want to call your attention to that other news story. Headline, NAACP calls for voter registration campaign. Same paper. Mr. Charlie Evers, the field secretary of the NAACP, in this story is quoted as saying, the greatest thing for the Negro cause in Mississippi would be for Ross Barnett for governor, Mr. Evers declared. I don't think there's any question here but what Barnett did do more for the Negro in Mississippi than anybody else. But I'm certainly in disagreement with Charlie Evers. We don't need Ross Barnett again as governor of this state. Let me read to you a quote from the speech that I made to the teachers at the University of Mississippi. Ross Barnett made a lot of noise about industrial development while he was governor. The truth of the matter is that only one major plant, not financed by BWI, located in Mississippi during his administration. It just so happens that I was in Jackson County at the time and can tell you quite frankly, Barnett did not know that the refinery was even going to locate there until the deal was practically closed. Barnett, more than any other single individual, is responsible for creating a climate that almost ruined our state. Beginning with the immediate affair on the campus of this university, he set the stage for a nightmare that lasted over 3 years. How do you expect the people of this state to be law-abiding citizens when the governor himself defies the federal government of the United States? Does anyone question the fact that Barnett's stupid handling of our affairs spawned a rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan in this state? Does anyone question the fact that this element killed and maimed a number of people, as well as bombing and burning over 40 churches? Is there anyone present who believes that this kind of a climate is conducive to industrial development? I tell you quite frankly, I don't. That was a 55-minute speech. Now I want to talk to you, I want to cite, at least quote to you, a few things I said in the other address to the high school teachers, because we're going to get to the heart of the problem here now. Mississippi has the lowest per capita income of any state in the nation. No state gains more by an increase in the minimum wage than does our state. Yet our congressional delegation consistently votes against minimum wage increases. Our school teachers are the lowest paid of any state. We spend a larger percentage of our tax dollars for education than do many states. Yet we spend less on each pupil than does any state. No state benefits more from federal aid to education than does Mississippi. Yet our 2 senators and our 5 congressmen consistently vote against federal aid to education. We have a larger percentage of people on the Social Security rolls than many states. Yet our congressional delegation consistently votes against improvements to this act. We have over 55,000 AFL-CIO members residing in Mississippi. When the House of Representatives voted to repeal Section 14B of the Taft-Hartley Act, all 5 voted against repeal, and as I have already stated, Senator Eastland helped carry on a filibuster that prevented the Senate from voting. You may well ask yourself, as I have, who do these people represent in the Congress of the United States? It certainly isn't the poor workers, the school teachers, the retired people, or the union people. When you total up the groups just mentioned, you come up with a vast majority of the people who live and work in this state. How and why is this possible? I hope to answer those questions later on in my remarks. In 1959, the organization that I represent warned the people of Mississippi what would happen if Ross Barnett was elected governor. The record speaks for itself. Barnett's administration will go down in history as one of the worst ever. Our predictions were far short of what actually happened. When the legislature convened in Jackson in January of 1960, we had one of the best workers' compensation laws of any state. When it left town 6 months later, we had one of the worst. When Barnett was elected governor, we had a fairly progressive tax system. He and the legislature changed it to one of the worst. A windfall of $18 or $20 million per biennium was handed to the corporations and the wealthy in the form of tax reductions. In 1960, the state had $35 million in surplus funds. 2 years later, the state was broke. In 1962, the same governor and the same legislature raised the sales tax to balance the state's budget. In a period of 2 years, I want you to get this, in a period of 2 years, The cost of state government was shifted from the backs of those best able to pay to the backs of those least able to pay. Yet the gentleman says that Mr. Barnett was one of our better governors. I want him to study the record. When Barnett was elected governor, we had a so-called right-to-work law on the statute books. As payment to some of his financial supporters, he initiated a move to make this law a part of the Constitution. The object, of course, was to make it more difficult to repeal. As long as this law is a simple legislative act, any session of the legislature could repeal it by a simple majority vote of both houses. Barnett and his cohorts knew that this would be done as soon as the people realized what right to work was all about. In 1962, at the end of the second session of the legislature, Barnett's stock was at an all-time low. Anyone associated with his administration was thought to be dead politically for all time to come. This was not to be, however, for a young Negro by the name of James Meredith gave Barnett an out. When the courts ordered Meredith's admission to this university, Barnett and the people around him saw this as an opportunity to create a diversion, and in so doing, to get the people's minds on something other than his putrid administration. Here's what he did. He came close to ruining this university and almost wrecked the state, but he got the people's mind on something other than the Capitol in Jackson. In spite of Senator Robert Kennedy's recent exposure of Barnett's double dealing in this situation, we must worry today over the prospects of this man being governor again. Now, what do we do politically? We're going to be effective in this state. The trade union movement is not big enough to do the job by itself. We've got to have friends and allies. And we've got some good friends, but we don't have enough. So I'm going to review with you now a situation. It might not sit too good with some of our good delegates, but as president of this organization, it's my responsibility, as I see it, to put these matters in their proper perspective, and this is what I intend to do. Whether we like it or not, whether delegates here like it or not, the Negro in this state is going to begin to vote in large numbers. And if we're not careful, if we're not smart enough ourselves to form a political alliance with these people, if we're going to sit back and let the Mississippi Economic Council do what they said they were going to do here in the city of Jackson at a meeting right here in this room, in this hotel, on April the 4th, where they would spell out a blueprint where the business community was going to form an alliance with these people. Now, if we let the MEC pull this one off, we will have had it for all time to come. Believe you me this, because I'm going to show you and cite to you the importance of labor forming a political alliance with these people. The most powerful man in Mississippi is not the governor of this state. The most powerful man in Mississippi is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. Walter Sellers from Bolivar County. Let me quote to you now a few remarks that are made on political activity in the state, Labor's political program, and what we propose to do, and why. 26 counties in Mississippi have a Negro population majority. Many of Labor's worst enemies can be found in those counties. We have very few members residing in those 26 counties. If these people are to be removed from office, it will have to be done with a Negro vote. To a large degree, our legislative program is dependent upon our ability to form political alliance with these people. This we are trying to do. The enemies of the labor movement know this and are working overtime to keep it from coming about. These enemies can be found in both the white and Negro community. For years we've been doing battle with the radical right in this state. Today we are faced with a similar problem from the radical left that has attached itself to the Negro community. We intend to meet this challenge also. As I stated yesterday, the AFL-CIO has always resisted any group or element that would subvert our system of government. We intend to continue that policy in Mississippi. Funny thing, you don't hear much about our battle to the left either. It's all the other way. There's nobody been cursed by this particular group in Claude Ramsey and the AFL-CIO, but you don't read much of this in the newspapers, do you? No, it's not to the advantage of the business community to publicize these activities. 99% of the Negroes in this state are working people. They have a direct interest in such things as minimum wage, aid to education, Social Security, and other phases of our legislative program. Working with such groups as the Voter Restoration and Education League, the League of Women Voters, we intend to do our best to politically educate these new voters. We certainly intend to provide them, get this, with the record of those office holders who have consistently voted against the welfare of the people of this state. This is the thing that disturbs the politicians, and this is the reason that they're doing so much agitation, because they know full well when we expose the voting record of those people in that legislature, there's going to be some new faces over in a few years. That's what they know. This is what it's all about. As I stated yesterday, we're making considerable progress in the field of organization. Within the next few years, we expect to add several new thousand members to our ranks. Using our mail-in system, we hope to be able to politically educate these new members as well as the ones already organized. If our educational efforts are successful, and if we are able to form a political alliance with these people and other liberal forces, we will have a new day in Mississippi. Certainly we have a tough day ahead of us. It will take a lot of doing to bring a semblance of political stability to Mississippi. But I'm convinced that it can and will be done in the next few years. And I'm convinced that the real issue should recede into the background. When this happens, the unpledged Democrats and the Freedom Democrats will be forced to join one of the major political parties. With a two-party system in operation, people will then begin to vote for candidates who identify with their own economic interest. I've been accused on some occasions in the past of making speeches that I wouldn't make to our own people. I wanted to quote to you some of the things that I said at the University of Mississippi. Now, in forming the political alliance, this is what we've done. I want you to know this. We've called upon the Negro labor leaders in this state, and we've got several of them in this convention today. They have got together with other Negro leaders and formed a Voter Restoration and Education League that is designed to do what we've been talking about. And we're depending upon those people to carry the ball and get the message across to these new voters. That's what we intend to do. That's what we propose to do. And if I'm reelected as president of this organization at this convention, this is what I intend to continue trying to do. As I told you, the Speaker of the House is the most powerful man, but he's the only one involved. Let me start you off a few names here. In the House of Representatives, 5 names that control the House of Representatives. Walter Sillis, the Speaker of the House, appoints all the committees, and he makes sure they're stacked against you and I. George Payne Passer from Tallahatchie County. You girls from Charleston know what I'm talking about. The chairman of the Rules Committee. Probably the next most powerful man in the House of Representatives. As chairman of the Rules Committee, he regulates, or his committee regulates, the flow of legislation before that body. If they got a bill, if we might have been fortunate enough to get a bill out of committee, then Mr. Passer can see that it stays on the bottom of the calendar and never call that. Mr. Buddy Newman from Essequina County, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, the committee that handles your state's money. Says who gets money and who doesn't, that committee. Mr. John Junker from Adams County, Appropriations, chairman of the Appropriations Committee, who decides where that money is going. who gets the appropriation. Now, there's no excuse for a man like Junkin being in the Mississippi legislature. Not with the movement we have in Adams County. So I told them down there it's about time they got together with some of those new voters and see if they couldn't elect somebody in the Mississippi legislature. Somebody that's interested in progressive legislation, interested in the welfare of the great masses of the people of this state. There's a gentleman from Clay County by the name of Thompson McClellan. You girls from West Point know him. Chairman of Judiciary in the House. This man has probably offered more legislation detrimental to you and I than anybody in the state legislature, all under the guise of protecting segregation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about. This is serious business. And as I told one of my friends here a while back in a meeting, that he got up and raised a question, letting me know how he felt about segregation. Next to his family and next to God, he put segregation. I told him, I said, we're not talking about you going to bed with these people or in a marriage. I said, we're talking about a simple matter of political rights, get some people elected to office. I said, now, I got some Negro friends that don't like this business either, that you're talking about. And I said, one of their major complaints to me is the fact that we got too many white men keeping up Negro women. They don't like this either. So I want to get this before you. We're talking about bread and butter issues. We're not going to get out and get involved in things like in a marriage, anything of this kind. Ladies and gentlemen, we have much to do at this convention. As much as I would frankly like to discuss with you here this morning, but time won't permit. We have other people that I know you want to hear from. So with those remarks, let me say that it is a real pleasure to be back with you in Jackson. We do hope that you enjoy this convention, and that when you leave here that we will have made a real accomplishment and offered a true program to the people of Mississippi. Thank you so much. Now, at this time, I would like to name the committees that will serve the convention. The Audit Committee, J.P. Culliper, Chairman, Ralph Miley, and Earl Hendrickson. Constitution and Bylaws, C.E. Schaefer, Chairman, L.D. Clark, E.J. Brown, Dewey Mizell, Erlene Pickett, Betty White, Rudolph Williams, A.G. Speake, Maud Graham, J.O. Hitchcock, W.H. Wood, and Jerry Jones. Officers report. E.V. Edwards, Chairman, J.R. Sossaman, C.M. Bolton. Union Labor and Labor, James Jackson, Chairman. Russell McMahon, Iola Crawford, W.B. Bates, John Erickson, Dan Butler, Elias Hardin, Nolly Bird, and Martha Flippo. Resolutions. H.H. Robbins, Chairman, T.L. Nikes, E.L. Smith, C.B. Carroll, J.M. Sweeney, Clayton Moss Jr., Jim Terry, Louise Whitlock, Leonard McGee, Lon Gilstrap, Ray Elliott, Billy Williams, and George Jackson. Rules Committee. Marvin Taylor, Chairman, Charles Arnold, Mabel Snowden, Clifton A. Dunlap, C.B. Stegall, H.B. Hunter, Robert Dillon, S.H. Tillman. Social Insurance. John Gillespie, Chairman, Porter Broom, Lorinda Galant, James Bobbitt, Martha Brooks, Bobby Whitten, Joyce Anderson, Earl Nichols, Inez Hardy. Education. George Johnson, Chairman, Robert Smith, Terry Gunn, Levi Lawson, Cleotho Armstrong, Theo Matthew, Ruth Alford. Committee on Political Education. William Pilot, Chairman, Eula Burdett, Beth Harbor, Jurina Graham, Eloise Hampton, S.H. Dees, Andrew Brown, Robert Woodson, J.B. Cobb, and Doris Miller. Organizing. Ray Smithhart, Chairman. B.R. Upton, Hubert Mills, W.L. Hines, E.S. Morgan, Mary Lou Brantley, M.D. Rushing, O.B. Stringer, Myrtle Edwards. Legislative Committee. Frank Bounds, Chairman. M.E. Ferguson, W.A. Stevens, T.J. Means, Robert Flock, Millard Evans, Olin Spencer, Russell Warren, and Bernie Watts. Election Committee. Charles Moore, Chairman. H.S. Jones, I might mention these to you now, but we have to get all of these from a different town and a different organization, so I better tell you where they're from and what organization. Charles Moore, Chairman from the Clarksdale Central Labor Union, Clarksdale. H.S. Jones from Jacksonville, the Carpenters. Eddie Lyman, West Point, ACWA. O.R. Cruz, Hattiesburg, IBEW. Charles B. Ray, Columbus, IUE. J.M. Rutledge, Greenwood, CWA. James Wilburn, Corinth, URW. Sergeant at Arms. E.L. Barnes, Chairman. Jack Thompson and Ray Brandt. Restoration and Credentials. V.C. Smith, Chairman. Doris Kelly, Wayman Goodman, Merle Davis, Ursula Cullifer, Floyd Berry, Joe Sant, Joanne Hughes, and Joanne Clark. That completes the naming of the committees. If we have anyone present who would like to serve on one of these committees, we'd be glad to consider your appointment. As you notice, one of the main problems in appointing committees is getting the credentials in. It's hard to appoint these committees in advance without the credentials, and some of you are a little bit slow. Now, his brother Schaefer, has he got here yet? Brother Schaefer had to take one of his children to the doctor, I understand, this morning, but he wanted to call a meeting of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee at an early time. We have one resolution number 1, which enlarges the Executive Committee if adopted from 5 to 7. It'll be necessary to act on that resolution before we nominate officers. And Brother Schaefer will be calling a meeting of that committee as soon as possible. But I'd like other members of that committee to keep in mind and be studying resolution number 1, whereby you can report back to us this afternoon at about, I believe, at about 2:30. We'd like that committee's report at about 2:30. Let me see. Brother Clark is the vice chairman of that committee. I was wondering, Brother Clark, would you call that committee together at an early date? We'll make one of the parlors available to you, and in the event Brother Schaefer can't get here, would you convene that committee and see if you could get some action on resolution number 1? Where's Brother Clark here? Will you do that, Brother Clark? Okay. All right. Well, at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your other full-time officer, who certainly needs no introduction to most of you, Brother Thomas Knight. It's been my pleasure to have worked with Tom now for a number of years, and I want to let you know that he's doing a real job for you. At least I think so. Some of you might not, but I think he's really doing a good job for you. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your own Secretary of Treasury, Thomas Knight. Brother Knight. Mr. President, fellow officers, members of the Executive Board, delegates and guests, I'd like to take this opportunity to express to you my sincere appreciation for your help and cooperation as I've tried to serve. It's true that during the last 2 years since we met here, we've experienced a number of hardships and difficulties. At the same time, as has already been pointed out to you by President Ramsey, we have also had some success. As long as I've been in the labor movement, I'm sure you'll agree, we've had our problems. And we always will have. But I believe, as I've said to you many times, that we have the talent in Mississippi to overcome those problems as we get to it. During the last 2 years, we have had increase in affiliation with the state AFL-CIO, and of course this is encouraging to all of us. This is continuing to increase at this time. And this is partly due to the increased success in organizing the unorganized in Mississippi. We have had more of our members qualified to vote during the last 2 years. Not nearly enough, but more. We've collected more dollars for our Committee on Political Education, but not nearly enough. We've had an opportunity on various occasions to visit with and speak to various groups outside the labor movement, particularly high school seniors. During this past school session in Mississippi, the subject of the so-called right to work prevailed throughout this state. It was rather disturbing for me, for President Ramsey, for all of the rest of our people over the state, who also had invitations to address these groups of students on this subject. It was disturbing to me, and I'm sure to them, to find out and to see firsthand the job that had been done on the high school students in the state of Mississippi on this one subject. I don't know if you know this or not, but the subject of debate in the schools was this: whether or not this should be a federal law or a state law. Now, whether or not we should have a so-called right to work. It was also encouraging, after speaking to these groups, to have a number of these boys and girls come by and shake our hand and say, for the first time, we have heard that what we think is the truth about this thing. Not one time have they been given the real facts by those people who represent silk, stock, and roll, and they've gone to talk to them. So it was a real pleasure to have the chance to get the facts across to these fine boys and girls. But let me tell you, a real job of brainwashing has been done in this state on this one subject. I want to congratulate the various central bodies and the various locals who, during the right to work debate in Congress, have wrote letters, put spots on radio stations, have really done a job. I suppose we had more activity during this particular period of time than we've ever had before while any piece of legislation was being debated in the Congress of the United States. I believe that for the first time that all of the congressmen and the senators from this state had a pretty good supply of mail on their desk, letting them know how the members of the trade union movement in this state felt about this thing. Now, since I also have the task of being director of political education, I can't escape talking to you a little myself about politics, because that's where we live. And I expect that I will make some pretty blunt statements. I'm going to talk to you as sincerely as I know how. I think it's time that we take a position. We make our position very clear to these people that's supposed to represent the people, all of the time. This is the first time that we've met in convention since the gentleman, the department store owner from Arizona, rode this away in the fall of 1964 and taking the state with him. I want to say here and now that we need a two-party system in Mississippi. I think we have one, but it needs to be strengthened. I think President George Meany of the AFL-CIO was late when recently he made the statement in Washington that he wanted this country to know that the labor movement didn't belong to the Democratic Party, neither did it belong to the Republican Party. And I say to you, my friends, this morning, we're to prosper in the state of Mississippi. We're going to have to let everybody in this state know, just as we did in the summer of 1963, when we supported the Republican candidate for governor in this state, and we're going to support those people in the Republican Party if they stand for the things that we believe in. Saying in plain language to Bidwell Adam and his so-called Democratic Party, and we believe in supporting the people that believe in us, and that we're not going to sell the labor movement and sell ourselves out to somebody who wears the Democratic banner and don't have an ounce of Democratic blood in their veins, my friends. I have more respect today for Barry Goldwater than I have for some of these so-called Democrats in the state of Mississippi and some other parts of this country, because Barry Goldwater rides under the flag of the most conservative party. And I say to you, these so-called Democrats in Mississippi have sold us out and cut our throats long enough. How long are we going to sit back and take it? Let them join the party that they belong to. Now I want to talk just a little bit closer home here. I want to talk about the current political activities this year, 1966. Earlier this year, the Committee on Political Education in the 5th Congressional District voted to support a distinguished Jackson County public official and businessman, Mr. Eddie Kayak, for congressman in that district. Mr. Kayak carried on a positive campaign. He carried a positive platform to the people in the 16 counties in that district. He pointed out the absentee record of the incumbent congressman in that area, who for over 30 years has an untarnished record on and in behalf of the anti-labor forces in that district and the state of Mississippi and the nation for that matter. About 10 days before the election, Mr. Calmer recognized the fact that he just could be beat. And let me tell you, he went back to his old tricks. And he placed the labor movement in the middle of the fight. He again used organized labor as a whipping boy. And he did it. No, he didn't do it. He didn't say that it was organized labor in the 5th District of Mississippi. He didn't refer to them as members of organized labor in this state and as citizens of that district. But he did it in the name of Walter Reuther, of George Meany, of Jimmy Hoffa. This should be, and I believe is, a direct insult to the members of the labor movement in that district and all over the state of Mississippi. He wasn't running against his opponent. He was running against the labor movement, my friends. And I say to you, as frankly as I know how, I've never witnessed a dirtier campaign since I've been living in this state, and that's all my life, as he conducted the last 5 days. I've never seen as many newspaper ads, which were outright falsehoods, put in newspapers in that period of time. What happened? He managed to bamboozle the people again, and under the smoke screen of propaganda, They went to the polls, and they again selected him to go back to Congress and carry on for the people on Silk Stocking Road. I think the time has just about come when they won't be able to do this. But we have work to do yet to make sure that this won't happen. I want to talk just a little about the campaign now in progress. The election will be coming up in November. In every district in the state, there is a congressional contest with the exception of this one. And there is one senatorial seat at stake. Now, you know the record of the congressmen that are there. You know the record of the senators. The AFL-CIO in Mississippi has not and will not take a position, in the official position, in any of these contests, because we actually don't have the kind of people running that we could endorse under our Constitution. But to make it brief, as your Director of Political Education, I submit to you this morning, and it will be in the interest of you and I, and our families, and all the people in the state of Mississippi, if we go to the polls in November and vote for the opponent of every incumbent in Washington. And I'm talking about the race for Senate, too. You think about that. Now let's look for just a minute toward 1967, when we will again elect our public officials from constable to governor. Even though we've made progress in registration, progress in Coke dollars, there's much work to be done. And I submit to you today that we have to make up our mind whether or not, and make it up now, whether or not we're going to set idly by, whether or not we're going to depend on our brother or sister union member to do the job, whether or not we're going to depend on the central body officers to do the job, whether or not we're going to depend on the officers of the local to do the job, or somebody else, period. But that we are going to make up our mind that we're going to see ourselves that the things that are necessary get done before the election campaign of next year. We have got to see that our people are registered to vote. I'm talking about everybody in the labor movement, regardless of race, creed, or color, my friends, and their families, and their friends, and their neighbors of voting age. We have got to begin now to strengthen our central body organizations, our women's activities department. We have got to, in those local unions where we don't have a committee on political education, we have got to get this job done. We have got to place more emphasis on the collection of the Coke dollar at the local union level. And we have got to make sure that we have the organization necessary to take on the responsibility that we have, the obligation to our membership next year, at the outset of the campaign, to make sure that everything's done in the order and in the fashion that it must be done. We already have maneuvering going on in this state, at the state level, particularly for the office of governor. I don't have to tell you who the likely candidates will be. You know. Not only is the office of governor important, But as has already been said here, the legislature is most important. As a matter of fact, every office is important to you and I. And we have got to get this over to the membership one way or the other, my friends. It's got to happen. And if we don't, there is the possibility, it's true, I hate to admit it, there is the possibility that we could lose all of the ground that we've gained. All of the progress that we've made could drop by the wayside if we should be so unfortunate next year that we would fall back in the hands of the ship captain who fumbled and bungled and stumbled around as governor of the state of Mississippi from 1960 to 1964. Do I need say any more? We can ill afford another misadministration, if you please, of the affairs of the people of this state like we experienced. So the only solution to this is to work and work hard, and to work with our friends. All of our friends, regardless of the race. And let me say to you, my friends, the nuts way out to the right and the nuts way out to the left are not going to get the job done, and we can't afford to sit idly by and let the nuts move in and take over. I'm firmly convinced that we have the broad-minded, forward-looking, responsible white and Negro citizens in this state to put the coalition together that it'll take to put the chief politicians out of business for all time to come. We just so a mind to open our collar and roll up our sleeves and yes, take off our shoes if necessary, and get right in the middle of the road and do what has to be done. So I asked you this morning, as humble as I know how, what will you do about this? You have a convention before you here. There will be a number of resolutions that will be submitted here. There's one or two resolutions that I certainly hope to hear, particularly the officers of central labor unions and local unions. When these resolutions hit the floor, I want you to hit the floor and get before one of those mics, and I want you to let them know, the people here and the people throughout this state know where you stand and how you feel on this business. And one resolution I have in mind particularly, there's a number of them, for they're all important, but I want you to remember this. We have one that will be submitted entitled Political Unity, my friends. And if there's ever been a time when this is an important subject, it's right here and right now. And I hope that I'll hear 5 or 6 people get before a microphone and let the people hear and the other people know how you feel about this matter when this comes up. It's real good to see you. It's good to have you here. And I hope that we have arranged the thing as best we could to where you'll enjoy yourself. And I hope and I pray, and I'm firmly convinced, that you'll tackle the problems that you'll be confronted with, and you'll work them out to the best welfare of our members and our families in the state of Mississippi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Knight. That's what you call cutting the cabbage, as it ought to be cut. Appreciate those remarks very much, and I know the delegates here will do as you have requested, and that we will put together an effective political organization in the state whereby this state will move forward. But evident to me that the trade union movement in the state is going to have to provide the leadership if the job be done, because the business community has already indicated that it does not, in its ranks, have the leadership to move this state forward. Now, I would
I'd like to, at this time, to ask George Stern, the sales manager of the hotel, to please come forward. George would like to have a couple of minutes, and then I understand he wants to present an item to me. And while George is coming up, I'd like to ask the executive board itself here to go back in the back of the hall out in the foyer, and after Mr. Stern has finished his remarks, I'd like for you to escort our keynote speaker to the rostrum. Would you please go now, including Brother George Johnson. Yeah, you didn't run those people off. I just asked them to go back to escort the next speaker up to the podium. And most of you know George Stern. We've been doing business with him around here for a long time. And of course we kid one another a lot, but it has been a real pleasure to work with George for so many years. And if you've got any complaints, by the way, about your accommodations, you're finding salt shakers without any holes in them, anything like that, this is a man for you to come see. George, it's all yours.
Thank you, sir. President Ramsey, officers, members of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Convention, it's indeed a pleasure. He mentioned, frankly, about the holes in the salt shake. That's quite true. I've been in the hotel business quite a great many years. I'd hate to tell you how long, because I know I look young. And if I told you how long I've been in the hotel business, you'd think that I was prevaricating. But had an AFL meeting, this has been 4 or 5 years ago. Somebody called me over to this table. I was way across the hall. He called me over and said, "Come here, George." I went over. I thought, my Lord, there's another good convention I'm going to get. He said, "George," said, "how do you use a salt shaker?" I said, "How do you get the salt out of it?" Well, I said, "Just shake it. Don't you know how to shake a salt shaker?" He said, "Sure, I know how to salt shaker." Well, he says, "You really know?" I said, "I think I do." Well, he says, "Suppose you shake it out." So I took and shook it. No salt would come out. And I said, "My goodness, the salt must be damp, or so it won't come out." He said, "No, shake it some more." Shook it some more. I said, "No." And I took the top off, folks, and believe me, I've been in the hotel business over 40 years, and that's the first time in my life I ever saw the top of a salt shaker that didn't have one hole, number one in it. There wasn't a single hole in that. I kept that cap for a great many years, and I showed it to a great many supply men. They said they never saw that before in their lives, so that's really a miracle. But it's through one of your members that I was enlightened on the fact that there is such a thing as a salt shaker without a hole in it. That's what Mr. Ramsey was referring to. But folks, I'm sincere when I say to you, we feel highly honored that this group has selected our hotel as their headquarters. I do hope and pray that we do everything you expect us to do. If we don't, it won't be our fault, because we're certainly going to be caught trying. We want you to enjoy your stay here, and if there's anything that you know of that is not right, I've got pretty broad shoulders, and I've got an office down there with my name on it, and pretty big letters, just about so large or smaller, that you can see, and that's where you can come in if you please, and if you got any complaints, I'll do my utmost to correct them. A lot of these men, these ladies look at me, they think I'm just an ordinary man. I am. But let me tell you, I'm a boss of my household, and I want to tell you that. That's all good grace, and I'll tell you why, and I think I can prove it to you. My wife would always tell me this, that, and the other, so I told her that I said, "Beth, let me say to you something. I've got news for you. You have definitely got to wear your dresses longer." Well, she says, "How much longer do you want them?" Well, I said, "At least 8 or 10 years longer, at least." So that's a hint to the wives. But folks, now don't forget, there's 2 more things, and one thing in special I want to tell you. That is, there's 2 items you don't have to worry about in our hotel. There's 2 things we never run out of in our hotel. That's our soup and our coffee. Our soup and our coffee. And so help me, as long as the water holds out, we'll never run out of either one. I won't consume any more of your time. So now it's my happy privilege and pleasure, and I feel complimented in being able to present to your friend, Mr. Ramsey, a gavel. Mr. Ramsey, will you come forward and accept this gavel? This is with the compliments of the Heidelberg Hotel. We want Mr. Ramsey to keep this gavel and remember the pleasant days he had when he was president of this wonderful organization. And I want to say furthermore to you, if I can be of service to you in any way, don't you hesitate to let your wants be known. And furthermore, we'd like to have a crowd like this in our hotel every day in the year. That's the way we feel about your organization, believe me. In addition to that, I want to present Mr. Andrews a badge to hold in. Most times we don't furnish a bag, you see, just a cred that these gavel may get a little rust proof, so here's a gavel, a bag to put it in. Furthermore, Mr. Andrews, that gavel is not to be used at home. It's just when you preside a meeting. Hit it on wood, don't use it for anything else. Thompson, I tell him right? Yes, sir. God bless you. And thanks for meeting me. Nice to see you folks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, George. We are fortunately here this morning. We've gained some time, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule. This is something unusual in a convention, and I want to wait till the television people get their camera set up and get ready before we bring in our next speaker, because they want to film his address, I understand, and probably want to record what he does have to say. So at this time, I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce a few guests that I've seen in the audience. I don't have the list up here with me, but I noticed my wife slipped in the back door a while ago, unannounced, sitting in the back there. Ms. Ramsey, would you stand up? We weren't too sure whether she'd get here today or not. We got a boy about 17 years old that likes to coon hunt, and went off coon hunting the night before last, and evidently from a tree to shake that coon out, and fell out and busted one of his legs up pretty bad, and we didn't even know anything about it. I came down here yesterday morning about 10 o'clock, and about 1 yesterday afternoon I got a call from my wife and told me that the boy was in pretty bad shape. He come in and went to bed and didn't even tell anybody that he fell out of a tree. What do you folks think about that? I see quite a few international representatives that are here with us, and I'd like to introduce those that I can recognize from here. We also have an old friend of ours, E.T. Carroll, who used to be director of the Lady Garment Workers Union, who is president now of the AFL-CIO Civil Rights Department. Where's Al? I saw him earlier. Where you at, Al? You in here? Did you step out? Well, I see Ray Smithart in the back, a staff member of the URW. Stand up, Ray. Might say that Ray is doing a real fine job of organizing in Mississippi. In spite of all of the obstacles that we've got, in spite of the conspiracy that exists in this state to keep unions from people from organizing, Ray Smithart and several more of our international reps have been doing a real effective job in the field of organizing. It's been my pleasure to have met with several of these groups the last few years myself. I might take this opportunity to tell you about a most recent experience of mine down in Capar County, just south of here, with one of Ray Smithart's groups. And this is the first time I ever attended a union meeting and had it broke up by Hereford Borough. Now, this really happened down in Capar County. Ray couldn't find a place to meet in town. He's been having a meeting in a gravel pit. And they run him out of the gravel pit, so he carried the meeting over to a cow pasture, farm owned by one of the people in the plant. We got on and got the group together, and I was up there preaching away at them, and wasn't but a few minutes till here come a white-faced bull moving up towards that meeting, just rolling up a storm. And I don't mind telling you that that meeting broke up rather rapidly, right about that time. Now, where's Fritz? I saw G.K. Fritz in the back with the painters. Brother Fritz, certainly glad to have you with us. Brother Fritz is a vice president now of the Painters Union. Well, now they've done fixed me up now. I can't see a thing. These lights have got me. Are you ready to go, Hagen? Are you? Not quite. Well, the time we get them up here, you'll probably be, won't you? We'll give you them. Will the escort committee please bring our speaker in, please? Bring him up to the platform.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that all of you have looked the agenda over and that you're aware of the fact that we have with us today one of the high officials of the AFL-CIO. The man that actually signs the paycheck. Now, we hope he brought his checkbook with him to Mississippi on this run because we are in need of some financial assistance. Bill Snitz has been in the trade union movement for many years. He's been through the same kind of a fight as we're going through here in the state of Mississippi. They won that fight in his own native state of New Jersey. And today, New Jersey is up at the top as far as our states are concerned, economically speaking. I had to do a lot of begging and arm twisting, you know what I mean, to get this gentleman to come to Mississippi. He never made a speech in this state. Because of our many problems, he felt that he might say something here that might possibly offend a few members of our labor movement. And I told him, I said, Bill, if Claude Ramsey can say what he says in this state, and if he can fight this fight 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I don't see why you can't come down and make one speech. So it is a real pleasure here, and I'm a kidding, of course. It is a real pleasure to have with us today the Secretary Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, William Schnitzler. Brother Schnitzler. Thank you, Claude, for that gracious introduction. That word arm twisting is getting a pretty good going over. I hear it quite regularly. But it is true that there had been some arm twisting on Claude's part, and you all know him probably much better than I do, and know when he starts twisting arms, he usually ends up the winner. However, our problem, as you can readily understand, is trying to find the time to get around to do all of the things you would like to do and meet with all of the members as regularly as possible, because there is no doubt, in my mind at least, that we have a message to bring to our membership that isn't always ascertainable to them through the medium of the newspaper, the radio, and television. However, when you have 50 state organizations and 820 central bodies and over 60,000 local unions, then start counting the 129 international unions together with all of the departments and all of the various activities, you can get to understand that we can't be in all places at the same time. But I consider it a privilege, my position of responsibility in the AFL-CIO, to have this opportunity to be with you, and hope that time manages itself in such a way that it may not be too far in the distant future, but what I'll again be able to spend some time with you in the conventions of this fine organization and talk about the hopes and the aspiration and the goals that we've set for ourselves in the AFL-CIO. Mr. President, Secretary Treasurer Tom Wright, members of the Executive Committee, the Executive Board, and delegates, I sort of find it particularly pleasing to come here at a time when great changes are taking place in which the labor movement is playing a most vital role. It is evident to one who makes periodic visits to Mississippi and the South in particular, as I do in my position, that a rapid transition is underway, one that is for the better. There is economic movement taking place here. There is political movement. There is social movement. All of it clear evidence of the change being wrought upon the landscape and hopefully in the attitudes of men. All of this is particularly gratifying because we here know how extensive is the need for change, and how hard the labor movement has struggled to put these changes into motion. Now, let me assure you that I didn't come here to recite statistics demonstrating the economic plight of your state in relation to all of the other states of the nation. You know the sad truth better than I do. Mississippi is at the absolute bottom. Statistics can tell us that you have the lowest per capita income and the lowest expenditure per public school pupil. But these are only cold figures. You who see these adults and these children in your work as union representatives and as citizens in your communities know them as painful realities. None of you would be here today if you were not fully aware of these shortcomings. It is precisely for these reasons that you seek to raise this state from its economic quagmire. As leaders of the trade union movement, yours is a lonely quest. You stand virtually alone in seeking to make this a better state in which to live. With few exceptions, most organizations of economic and political influence do not sincerely wish to see a change, at least not to the betterment of the average worker. The history of industrial development in the state has shown that the forces of power do not seek a rising standard of living, nor improvements in education, nor housing, nor health, nor citizenship participation in political affairs. Instead, they seek to perpetuate this state as the nation's sweatshop, where wages are the lowest and working conditions the poorest, and woe unto anyone who attempts to change it. It is indeed unfortunate that this state is looked upon as one great big runaway factory, a sort of alley shop out of the back of our national economy. That, however, is the general attitude. The Wall Street Journal, for instance, which speaks frankly to its businessmen subscribers, said editorially a few days ago that Mississippi, in fact all of the South, should be a second-class area. The South needs, the Journal said, a lower wage than the rest of the nation. Low wages, it said, are the only lure for new industry. This part of the nation, the Journal continued, does not have the usual attractions to industry because they are removed somewhat from the nation's markets, which means there are not large numbers of people here with money to buy what is made, and further, the South workforce is relatively inexperienced. The Wall Street Journal then kissed off the entire concept of a federal minimum wage by stating that it should not be increased because it harms more people than it helps. This, then, is how industry spokesman sees the South's future. Not as a dynamic drive forward to gain a place of stature alongside the other states, but to remain an industrial ghetto and its people second-class citizens. This is what we in the AFL-CIO do not accept. We did not accept it in the North when industrial unionism was born, and we do not accept this concept of an industrial plantationism in the South today. Unfortunately, there are many who do. Local newspapers, local business organizations, city officials, sheriffs, law firms which specialize in fighting unions and so forth across the entire state and the southern part of the nation. Each of these have a fear. It is a fear of us, the labor movement. Each is fearful that unions might be successful. They are fearful that the workers in a plant might find in unions their economic strength. They fear that the workers will have a political awakening. They fear that the workers will realize that they have been hoaxed, that their needs for health care, for poverty assistance, for education have not only been ignored, but staunchly resisted. They fear, in short, the upheaval that would accompany any attempts to improve the life of the worker and raise the state from the bottom of the heap. Union organizers have faced this alliance before. This is a well-known foe. At one time or another, in virtually every state, the militia, the National Guard, or some paramilitary group has made union members its victims. The unconstitutional anti-handbill ordinances and organizing permits still in use here are frustrations that have been suffered throughout the nation. And often union organizers have suffered violence where an industrial business power complex was challenged. This is not to deny that you face a determined adversary. You face a foe who wants low wages and poor working conditions, and who also deliberately discourages any other industry which might bring higher wages and benefits into the state, thereby disturbing the low-wage pattern. You face political hostility too. On minimum wage and on elementary and secondary education funds, the record is tragic. And so is the history of opposition to funds for higher education, for anti-poverty programs, for medical care, and for virtually all people-to-people programs. This opposition does not reflect any fundamental thriftiness, nor rugged individualism, nor resistance to federal encroachment by the powers that be. Not at all. With rare exception, the landholders here take their federal subsidy money without a murmur of dissent. And every factory built here with tax-free municipal bonds receives, in effect, a federal subsidy. This sort of federal aid is acceptable. It's different because it does not fall into the hands of the broad mass of the people. Incidentally, this whole matter of federal programs is no small sum. Last year, $723 million in federal funds come into Mississippi, more than twice the amount of federal tax payments that were paid by the state's citizens. A very substantial portion of this money was in the form of subsidies to large landholders. So one can be skeptical of cries bemoaning federal spending. In fact, if federal spending halted in this state, the state's income would drop by a full 20%. The tragedy is that the worker and his family receives very little, even by the trickle-down system of economics practiced here. But I note that there is a growing feeling among the people. This plight does not have to be borne and accepted. There is a growing realization that there is one standard for the employer and another for the worker. And there is a growing desire to close this gap, if not eliminate the double standard entirely. With this realization at hand, how does the Mississippi labor movement proceed? Well, you have already shown you intend to move ahead to meet this challenge and provide the necessary leadership. For one, you challenge the poisonous doctrine of radical rightism being spread by a radio TV station in this city and help force a change in its policies. This first step to free the minds of men is a major victory, for it has a conscious effect on every other radio and television broadcaster in the state. For another, you have widened your organizational campaigns to where there are now more representation election petitions pending in this state than ever before in history. Furthermore, you have challenged the combined might of the employer and his allies, which sometimes has included the Ku Klux Klan, and defeated them in NLRB elections in greater numbers than ever before. Along with these successes, you have brought out from the darkness a far greater willingness by citizens to meet openly and form unions. Not long ago, few would be brave enough to be seen at a union organizing meeting, and meeting places themselves were almost impossible to rent. From this, it is clear that fear has lessened a little. It is also clear that the worker is realizing that it is up to him if this state is to escape from its curse as the nation's sweatshop. The worker is realizing that state laws aren't going to help him. He's learning that the local powers aren't going to help him. And each new industry wants only his labor, and that only so long as it is at the lowest price in the nation. We in the labor movement know, and the workers are rapidly finding out, that only through united action, only through unions of their own choosing, only through collective bargaining and strong contracts will this state be lifted out of industrial plantationism. This awareness is not lost on those who oppose us. They have long practiced the art, as have employers elsewhere, of pitting worker against worker, and most particularly black worker against white worker. This technique has been successful, we must admit. Wherever an employer can turn discrimination to his own selfish use at the expense of both white and Negro worker, he has generally done so. It is now very likely that discrimination and racism, a favored anti-union weapon, will be used intensively to counter the growing economic awareness of the Mississippi worker. Until recently, the cry has been states' rights. With enactment of the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, the people were told that the imposition of federal law on the citizens of the state was destructive and illegal. Even some union members accepted and believed this argument. But there is really an argument for paralysis and do-nothingism that does not hold water. I remember being asked by a woman union member why the federal government was pushing all this legislation down the throats of the states. She was from Arkansas and had come to Washington in an attempt to have federal minimum wage legislation overcome the law in her state where women workers could receive as little as $1.50 a day. She clearly saw the need for the federal government to step in where minimum wages were concerned. But she was unable to see that federal action was just as important in her behalf where minimum rights are concerned. But this is changing. More and more workers and citizens in general are realizing that the only possibility of solving the problems that have been ignored or abused in the state legislatures is through federal action. The current issue is even more emotional than states' rights. Today, those who would keep this state weak have seized upon an issue that they are convinced will win for them much greater support by workers and the white community. This is the issue of black power. I will concede that there are many Americans who have been jolted by this slogan. More seriously, the slogan could invite a conservative reaction among the white community. All of you know that it was here in Mississippi during the Meredith March that differences in the civil rights groups became evident. Those who shouted for black power were in obvious conflict with those who called for freedom. But the fact is that black power does not, in my opinion, represent the true expression of the civil rights movement in America. I say this not as an apology nor to explain away what is obviously the sincere and total belief of some persons in the civil rights movement. I say this because the vast majority of those in the civil rights movement, and I consider myself one of this group, do not agree with this concept any more than the vast majority of those in the labor movement believe that our future lies in the socializing of industry in America. For those of you here today that are at approximately my age level, must remember very well, or as often happens, we have very short memories, and we forget what happened in the middle 30s when the first great thrust in the field of organization took place. There were more policies expounded and principles announced and goals set by those that didn't have the entire responsibility for speaking for the entire labor movement at that time. And let us not forget, those also were the years of the great split in the labor movement. And you found different expressions of different ideologies from both groups. I remember well the statements by many that called for the communizing of America at that time. I remember the call by many for the socializing of America at that time. And all of these things I remember well because there was a mass movement sprung mostly overnight, leaders without the necessary experience or grounding in the responsibility for conducting the affairs of a national organization, and many times very lightly made statements that would have national consequences if they were adopted. And I see the same thing happening today in the civil rights movement. That there isn't one responsible organization taking care of all of the civil rights problems for all of the people involved. Rather, there's an endless number of organizations doing the same thing that we did, contesting for members. And look, let's be honest with ourselves. You know damn well if you were in a contest with another union to organize a plant, and the organizer of the other union was promising the people, if you come in with us, we'll get you a nickel an hour increase, we'll get you a week's vacation with pay. What did you say? Come over to our side, we'll get you 10 cents an hour and 2 weeks vacation. And then there was an injection of another part, and it was a constant promise. You kept raising these statements as you were contesting for the loyalty and the following of the people that you were talking to. It's no different in the civil rights movement. The same thing is going on today, where each one is contesting for the allegiance and loyalty of members to their organization. And I don't see where any of these statements are of such national consequence other than those that are opposed to civil rights are playing up every little thing that happens as being of major importance and national consequence. So I would suggest to you that you kind of look behind some of these things that are said to see what there is behind it. And I'm sure you'll find, as you make your own individual analysis, that's what we commonly refer to as some popping off that is more or less meaningless insofar as a national movement is concerned. But certainly we in a labor movement are experienced enough to know that statements made by a faction within a union are often seized upon by the press and reported as an expression of the entire labor movement. So we simply can't allow ourselves to be blinded, as our opponents hope we will be, by what is the groping for expression within the various civil rights organizations. For us in the labor movement, it is important that we bear in mind the statements by civil rights groups that are important to the betterment of all citizens as a group. For example, support for an increased federal minimum wage came from civil rights groups. In testimony before the House of Representatives, the major civil rights groups publicly gave their support to an increase in the federal minimum wage. Their testimony pointed out that an increase in the minimum wage would benefit far more whites than Negroes, because Negroes constitute only 1/4 of the poor in this country. The Negroes are not the majority of jobless, nor the majority of underpaid or underemployed. So the real issue is not one of race, but it is one of economic and social future of our entire country. We should also keep in mind an issue which is not too far behind us for painful memory, and that is the congressional battle to repeal Section 14B of the Taft-Hartley Act. Along with labor and religious groups, the civil rights organizations testified before Congress that so-called right-to-work laws sought systematically lower wages, lengthen the hours of work, and otherwise prevent decent and wholesome labor conditions for American workers, Negro and white. Repeal of 14B is in the best interest of all wage earners as well as in the interest of our country, their statement said. It is significant that at least on one occasion, supporters of right-to-work proposals attempted to sell the issue to the Negro community as a little Fair Employment Practices Law giving Negroes a freedom of choice. But the civil rights groups did not rise to the bail, but rather took the initiative to warn Negro voters of the attempted subterfuge. This has been the history. Painfully, on the other side, the same forces that sought to sell so-called right to work as a fair employment law are those who themselves discriminate in hiring. These are the same forces who oppose increasing the federal wage. These are the same persons who oppose the civil rights movement and also oppose unions because they see that so long as they can use the emotionalism of the race issue, they have an economic club in their hands. This, then, is their hoped-for weapon to defeat and overcome the arising awareness of the workers. If the worker's attention can be diverted from his need for better wages, for better conditions, for better schools, for better housing and better medical care, then any change in Mississippi can be challenged and slowed down and eventually reversed. It is their hope to turn the worker's attention as well as his anxieties, his frustrations, and his energies to fighting one another. If successful, or if they be successful on their part, this state will continue to be the economic ghetto, the industrial plantation that runaway employers wanted to remain. But I and the AFL-CIO are betting that this time it is going to be different. I am convinced, based on my own personal observation and discussion, that the labor movement of Mississippi today and those who will become part of the labor movement in the months ahead are not going to allow themselves to be diverted or stopped. Organized labor with the support of the citizenry of this state can be the instrument to achieve goals that have so long eluded the average worker and his family. And the reason I said with the support of the citizenry of this state, I know that if a proper analysis were made of that which you do in behalf of people as a trade union movement, that you would be receiving the full support of the citizenry of this state. And let me say to you also that I've been around this labor movement a long time. And nothing makes me feel expansionist and enthusiasm, as well as finding hidden energies to carry on with the work that we have set up for ourselves as I meet with delegate bodies such as this throughout the country. In my opinion, and I hope you'll accept that, in my opinion, there isn't a single national organization in America that has got the same type of leadership, knowledgeable understanding, and conscious of the problems of human beings that we have in the trade union movement. And I say to government over and over again, and personally my idea of government service is a service to the people of this nation. And I say to government at all levels, at the national, state, and city level, if you're looking for qualified, understanding, humane people to take care of the servicing of the people of America, you better get them from the trade union movement, because they've been properly trained in their everyday occupation to carry on that work. Yes, and then I say to the rest of America, I make no excuses for those of us that have fallen by the wayside, that couldn't resist temptation and had broken the faith or loyalty or trust of the office to which they had been selected. But I say to the people of America, when you make a judgment, make the judgment by using the same yardstick of examination. And I'm satisfied that regardless of what the test may be, there is no one from any national organization of any kind that will stand as high on being examined as will be those that serve this trade union movement. And let me tell you about another little segment of America. And I particularly want to talk to you about it, not because I'm mad at the banks or because I don't like the banking system of America. I think our banking system is the best in the world. But I want you to hear some figures, and after you hear them, I know you'll agree with me that there'll have to be some changes made. And I particularly want to talk to you about bankers because I want to compare you with the bankers of America. I know the part that the bankers play in this state. I know as I travel around the country and I see all sorts of right-to-work committees, anti-union committees, anti-everything in the world, you'll find bankers taking prominent places on the committees. And they always manage to tell the people of America how corrupt this trade union movement is. And in fact, all of you are a bunch of racketeers if you listen to them. But they've never told the American people the real truth of their own operation. These are not my figures. This is a report by the subcommittee on the Committee of Government Operations of the House of Representatives. They held a one-day hearing because I had called for an examination of that which was going on in the banks from the platform of one of our international unions that was in convention. And they managed to have a one-day meeting. And the FBI came in and gave a report on the records that they had. And they wrote a report by year, the number of reported cases and the approximate shortage. It's instead of reading them all and taking your time, I've added them up. From the year of 1958 through 1963, there were 8,576 FBI reported instances of stealing, embezzling, and defrauding in the banks of America that totaled over $99,700,000. While I'm talking to you about this, I personally know that the Surety Association of America, which embraces those surety companies that write fidelity bond coverage, are meeting for the purpose of discussing how much they're going to increase the premiums for fidelity bonding as written by the banks of America. And while this is going on, the cheapest fidelity bonding premium in America, bar none, and I'm talking about fraternal, religious, civic organizations, the cheapest in America is the trade union movement, and that only reflects the tremendous honesty in which you and those in like positions in the other parts of the country have performed for the members that they're privileged to represent. I'm giving you the Claude. Is this being transcribed? Let me a record of this. Or listen to it, Claude or Tom. Let's get busy with this. This report is printed by the United States Government Printing Office. I don't know, it costs maybe 10 cents a piece. I think you ought to dig into your treasury for that 10 cents and mail one to the leader of each local union in this state. You better know this story. These men that have been making all of the speeches that are in the foreground of developing strategy for knocking your brains out are the ones that have not told this story to the American people. You tell it to them. Knock some of the false varnish off their backs and expose them for what they are. And I'm certain, just as certain as you are, that if you're examined on the same platform with the same eyes and the same measuring rods as you would examine those in the banking industry, you'd be standing on the tallest pedestal within the state. Just let me leave a little word of advice for you before I go. Don't try to imitate a banker. If you do, you're going to jail. I came here this morning with, as I had said earlier, enthusiastic about things, the way things are going on. At the time we merged in 1955, and deducting the members of those international unions that were later expelled, the membership of the AFL-CIO had been roughly 12.5 million, 50 or 100,000 more, 50 or 100,000 less. It had fluctuated over all of these years. And I know as I talked to the presidents of our affiliated international unions, and they showed me the records of their own international and showed how much organizational work they had done, but also showed some of the large job loss due to the introduction of automation and all sorts of mechanical equipment, that their organization at best resulted in them just about breaking even. And it seems now that that has slowed up because the first big push of automation, I guess, is behind us. We'll have more to face in the future, that I'm sure. But as well, organization has stepped up. Organizational activities have stepped up. And I was able to discern, starting in the middle part of 1964, going into the first months of the fall, a constant trend of membership increases. And I'll be able to report to the Executive Council when we meet in Chicago next month that the membership since 1964 has increased by over $1,300,000, so we're standing at $13,800,000 and still going up. Now, you can't have growth of that kind without everybody getting some of the feeling that's connected with it. And while there's been some progress made here in your state, I know more progress can be made. And if you apply yourself to a little greater effort in the field of organization, I understand Bill Kirch is coming down here and meet with you on Thursday for the purpose of talking nothing but organization. That by expanding and intensifying your organizational activities, you're going to overcome much of that that's plagued you in the past. You know, our problem is people. And I'm just so human that I can't agree with every one of you. And you're so human you can't agree with me. This is part of being human. There's no two of us alike. There's no two of us have the same likes or dislikes. There's no two of us can have the same understanding. But the problem that you have, to me, is something, that I commonly refer to as a second happening within one lifetime. As Claude said, I was born and brought up in the state of New Jersey. And you probably weren't affected with it as much down here as we were up along those northeastern border states. But during those years when I started organizational activities for the unions, the employers were bringing in foreign workers for the purpose of exploiting them and breaking down the conditions of the American workers. And those workers had an additional handicap because they couldn't speak the language. And every time any one of them made a move toward organization, they were threatened by the boss: if you join the union, we'll send you back. I think it was at breakfast somebody told me this morning there's a plant here in Mississippi tried to organize with a lot of Cuban workers, New Orleans. And they thought they had a majority. They did have a majority signed up. They thought they had it won, but when it come to the election, the boss threatened them: if you vote union, I'll send you all back to Cuba. You know what happened. We run into that. Every local union up in that part of the country had what it called a citizenship committee. You know, and I get a kick out of this when you talk about citizenship. Outside of those who are Indians, and boy, you know, I like the Indians because I understand, as I read the history books, all the men did was hunt and fish and the women did all the work. I don't know who changed that system. Certainly, I don't like it quite so much today. But if you can prove you're an Indian, I'll tip my hat to you. But if you can't, let me tell you, kids, the only difference between your father and my father was the boat they come over on. And as you look at it that way, you'll get to understand. And to protect these workers that were exploited, you know, I had a tremendous education. I graduated grammar school. And the minute we got one of these foreign-born workers, got an application filed to come in the union, we immediately took him down for his first citizen papers, followed it up to get the second and then his final citizenship. And we conducted weekly classes, English classes, to teach them a little bit of English so they could answer the questions when they went before the judge for their final citizenship examination. And we conducted those classes in the labor temple. Oh, and I remember, you know, you don't hear those words today anymore. You go around, you hear Italian. Boy, in them years, you never heard the name Italian. They used to call them wops and dagos. All of a sudden, they're Italians. The way they talked and made reference to the Jews, to the Poles. Sure, the Irish, all you did with the Irish, you made a street commoner or a policeman out of them. They were cast into different jobs by nationality rather than ability. We'd gone through it. It's all behind us. It's behind us because we found out that no matter how deeply we examined each other, we were pretty near all the same, taking into consideration our little likes and our dislikes. If you look at your problems as they now exist, you'll find there are answers, providing you use trade union thinking and trade union reasoning. Every single thing that man could devise to break up the unions has been used on us. We're still here. The trade union movement is an institution. You don't move from one side to the other because of personal wishes or personal whims. It's an institution based on humanness and a human understanding of a human being and his problems. Let me say this to you. If it ever comes to the time that this trade union movement loses its human consideration of the human problems of human beings, it no longer can justify its continued existence. Our problems are human. And whatever is needed to make a better day for human beings tomorrow than what it was yesterday, we're for it. Let me tell you, Mississippi needs a strong, organized labor movement. And equally important, the United States needs a strong Mississippi. I'm not going to say anything nice about Claude or Tom. You may misinterpret it and think that I'm campaigning or electioneering for them or whatever you may call it. But I've seen these two fellows carry the load for you, present your views and your arguments, constantly out fighting, only to bring about something that will result in a better tomorrow. And for me, it gets to be one of those personal kind of privileges that see fellas struggling so hard against what seems to be insurmountable odds, showing, however, an indestructible determination that you want to get around and give them a pat on the back. And if you allow me for a moment, just to say a word about Elijah Williams. He's been around a long time. I guess he's the only feller in this whole hall that's older than I am. And he don't want to admit that. But I've always appreciated Elijah's advice and counsel. And I know what he's done for those people of our movement in this area that he's represented for so many years. Bob Starnes, of course, is here. Willie Hines is here. I'll miss somebody, I'm sure. Oh, Al Cara, yeah, he's around. I'll miss somebody, I'm sure. But I said in the opening that It's a privilege to have the opportunity to come here. I hope that I can come back real soon, because the one thing I like to do is take a measurement to see where you have gone from today to that day I'll be back here with you, to determine the extent of your success, because you have applied trade union reasoning and understanding to each one of your problems. Good luck to you in this convention. God bless you, and I hope I'll see you all real soon. Bill, for that wonderful address. We do hope that you can be back with us in the near future, and that when you come back that we'll be twice this large. I'm confident that myself that in the next few years we will double the membership of the AFL-CIO in this state. Working people are turning to the trade union movement in this state in large numbers. And as you know, this convention is placing as much emphasis as possible upon the need of organizing the unorganized workers of Mississippi. One of the main reasons that we twisted Bill's arm so much to get him down to this convention was that we want the unorganized workers of this state to know, beyond the question of a doubt, that the AFL-CIO is very much interested in bringing the trade union movement to those people. As you note on the agenda, we have Bill Kirchard, the Director of Organization, on the program Wednesday. We've asked all of the international unions that have interest in this state to send representatives to a special conference on Thursday, immediately after adjournment of our convention, to see what can be done about a concerted organizing effort throughout this state. Our unions have got the people, they've got the resources. We've got the interest in this state now. I say now is the time to move, Brother Snitzer. We will move. Now, it's now time to recess for lunch, but before we do, I know we have a number of important announcements to make, a number of committees that want to meet, I'm sure. Brother Schaefer?
I'd like a meeting with the Constitution and Bylaws Committee at 1:30. What rooms are available?
Where's Tom? Parlor B.
Parlor B,
The Constitution and Bylaws Committee in Parlor B
1:30.
at 1:30. And Lon Gilstrap has a telephone call waiting for him he needs to take. Lon Gilstrap. Do we have any other announcements any other committees want to meet? Brother Taylor? 1:50.
I'd like to meet the members of the Rules Committee at 1:30, right over to my left here near the piano. The following are on that committee: Charles Arnold, Mabel Snowden, Clifton Dunlap, B.D. Stegall, H.B. Hunter, Robert Dillon, S.H. Tillman. 1:30, right over here at the piano. Thank you.
Any other announcements? We do have a few guests that I want to introduce here that might not. Of course, Elijah's here on the roster. Certainly glad to have him with us. We have a number of members of his staff also up here on the roster. We're glad to have all of them. We've got Bill Edwards of the Steel Workers and Earl Floos of the Steel Workers up here. Stand up and take a bow. We're certainly glad to see steel
get interested in our state. We have, at the present time, Steelworkers Union has, a couple of real tough situations right here in the city of Jackson you haven't heard much about. They have out on strike and have had for a number of weeks 2 plants here in the city of Jackson. And we have one young man that's been walking that picket line, sitting over here by Bill. And I want to get some more of them up here before this convention's over and let you meet them. Let them tell you what some of the real problems are. Some of these plants around you. Stand up, young man, take a bow. Bow. Bars. We also have another situation that I want to advise you of here in Jackson, and that's the beer strike we have. We have a number of, we have 3 distributors that were organized here in the Jackson area, and it was necessary for one of those groups to strike. And I'd like to request of you that you not buy Schlitz and Jack's beer while you're in the city of Jackson and support these people, the distributors of Jack's and Schlitz beer. I hope we'll have some representative of that group here also to explain some of their problems to you before the convention's over with. They'll be here tomorrow about that. We have Brother Odom, regional organizer for the Laborers Union here. Brother Odom here? There he is in the back. W.D. Christie with the Machinists Union. Bill? Charles Newell with ACWA. Chuck? Brother Allman with the Barbers Union. Been around here with us last 2 days. Yeah, there's a fellow I didn't know he was here. L.A. Dunaway. Al, where you at? Al Dunaway, is he back there? Stepped out. We'll have to chew him out for stepping out. And as I mentioned, E.T. Carroll, he used to be with ILG. Now we have this year also sent up on the rostrum one of our board members, Russell Mike Mayer. And I want to, while he's here, I want to touch briefly on a situation he's involved in. Most of you know that the Lady Garment Workers Union here in the state of Mississippi, under the direction of Brother Carroll, 4 years ago, got into a situation with Movie Star and 4 plants in South Mississippi, where they were trying to negotiate a new contract. This company had been under contract for years and years. And they were forced in those negotiations eventually to go into the labor board with charging this company with refusal to bargain. The people in those plants have been fighting this battle for 4 years in this state to try to preserve their local unions. After 4 years, after going the route through the board, the courts have finally ordered Movie Star back to the bargaining table. Russell McMahon and his committee from those plants will meet with representatives of that company tomorrow morning. I'm sure that you feel as I do, that you want to wish these people every success in the world. We don't have any delegates from those local unions at this convention, but I'm advised that when they do get them reorganized, and it looks good now, that they'll have a membership of around 2,000, which is going to mean an awful lot to the state of Mississippi and to the needle trades in particular. We do have, I believe, Mrs. Knuckles here. I saw her sitting in the back. An old representative, an officer of old standing, I'll say, with the local down at Ellisville, and I'd like for her to stand up. I don't know if she'll be able to stay with us or not. Stand up, Ms. Knuckles. Now, it takes real guts and determination to put up the fight that those ladies have been putting up down there, believe you me. Do we have any other announcements? Not. The convention will stand recessed. We'll ask you to be back here promptly at 2:20 wait a minute, at 1:50 p.m., 1:50. Get the delegates into the hall, please. Be seated. Be at the airport by 3 o'clock. A little after 3 o'clock, and we must get the convention started. Before we introduce our next speaker, I'd like to assign our resolutions to the appropriate committee. So if you want to make a note of this, I'd like to ask you to get your pads out and write them down, those of you that own committees, so you'll know what resolutions will be considered by your particular committee. Constitution and bylaws will consider resolutions number 1 and 2. Union, labor, and label will consider resolutions number 6, 12, and 13. The Resolutions Committee will consider number 5, 7, 9, 10, and 24. I don't know if you've got 24 yet or not. We have just recently, Executive Committee has just recently adopted 2 other resolutions on consumer, on truth in packaging and truth in lending. And I'm going to assign those resolutions. They would become 25 and 26 to the Education Committee. Social Insurance Committee will consider resolutions number 11 and number 23. The Education Committee will consider resolutions number 21, 22, 25, and 26. Now, 25 and 26 are being prepared. I doubt seriously, well, I know you haven't got them yet. I believe you probably got 24. Committee on Political Education will consider resolutions number 3, 15, 17, 18, and 19. Organizing Committee will consider resolution number 16. The Legislative Committee will consider resolutions number 4, 8, 14, and 20. Now, if there's any of you that come in a little late, didn't get those resolutions, the ones that go into your committee, I'll be glad to advise you after we recess this afternoon. As you'll note on our program, Mrs. Esther Peterson, Assistant Secretary of Labor, has been scheduled to address the convention. And I learned yesterday, she called me, that the Truth in Packaging bill is up before a House committee, which she is very much interested in, which we are very much concerned about also, I might say. This is legislation she's done an awful lot of work with, and she regretfully advised me she would not be able to come down and address the convention, but she did get one of her top flight assistants to come in her place. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Mr. Howard Frazier, a member of the President's Consumer Committee from Washington, D.C. Mr. Frazier.
Thank you, President Ramsey, officers, members of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, guests. Mrs. Peterson, who is the Special Assistant President for Consumer Affairs and the Assistant Secretary of Labor, does regret greatly that she was not able to be here and meet with you. She had been looking forward for some time to the opportunity of coming here to meet with you after having received Claude's invitation, and she really sincerely missed the opportunity of coming here. You know, Mrs. Peterson comes from organized labor, coming from the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, having been with that union for many years, and she takes every opportunity to meet with organized labor members and representatives. In fact, she knows she's among kindred spirits when she is a meeting of this kind, and I think it's undoubtedly one of the greatest joys of her work to come back home, so to speak, and be with members such as you, because she knows that she's working with you toward the same goals, toward creating a better life for members of organized labor and of all workers, and working together for justice and economic goals that increase the standard of living for all workers. You know, one of the things about Ms. Peterson, she has a lot of wonderful stories, and one of the ones which I heard some time ago, which she might or might not tell you here today. She'd tell you some stories, I'm sure, but one of the ones that I sort of remembered was about one of the union members, you know, who'd been to the summer school, steeped in traditions of union philosophy, and he was coming back gung-ho toward his home, but he seemed to have stopped in Jackson one Saturday night, and someone told him about a red light district. I don't know where it is, if there's any here, but anyhow, someone told him it was an area that he could have a little diversion, and so he went to one of the houses of prostitution, knocked on the door, and the madam came out, and he said he'd like to have a woman, a little diversion, and he said, but I want to ask you, is this a union house? And the woman was rather startled, hardly knew what he meant. And she said, well, no, this is not a union house, but we got some beautiful girls. No, he said, I'm sorry, I just can't stay. I got to find a union house. Sorry. So he left. He said, though, do you know of any other house in the area that might be a union house? Well, by this time, the madam had sort of waked up that something unusual was taking place. She said, well, yes, there is a house up on the corner next block. That's a union house, so why don't you go there? So while he was on his way to this union house, the madam called the madam at the other house and said, there's a man on the way to your house. He demands to go to a union house. So I told him your house was a union house. So you just take care of him. So he went there and knocked on the door, and the madam came out, and he said, I want to know, is this a union house? Oh, yes, all union, come right in. And so she lined up about a dozen women, and he said, well, I'll take that beautiful blonde in the center. The madam said, oh, no, you won't. You'll take the hag on the end. She has seniority. Well, as I say, I don't know whether Miss Peterson would tell that one or not, but Ms. Peterson did have a message for you. She considered the problems here in Mississippi, and she does send this message to you. I talk of many meetings in the course of a year, but there are a few where I feel so strongly that when I am with people who are grappling with the most fundamental issues currently facing our nation, for it is here in Mississippi that the ability of our democracy to provide adequately for all of our citizens is being put to its severest test. In spite of all the fine things that can be said about the past or the present of this state, it's no secret to to the rest of the nation, that here average income per person has been among the lowest, as was pointed out this morning by your president and by Mr. Sneitzler about the wages being the lowest in the nation. And may I say, before proceeding, that I think that all of you are certainly fortunate in having people at the head of your organization as Claude Ramsey and Tom Knight. I haven't known them before, but I've been greatly impressed by the tremendous message that both of them brought to you this morning, as well as that of Bill Sneitzler. And I think all of us who are in organized labor, I say all of us because I've been a member of organized labor since I first started working for the government back in 1935. I think that we are fortunate having such people as Bill Sneitzler and George Meany and his wonderful staff who will give us the leadership and the thoughts and the inspirations and the challenges which were given to us this morning in Mr. Sneitzler's address. Where incomes are low, competition is bitter, and the provision of sufficient services puts a severe strain on the entire community. In addition, you're struggling with the tragic heritage left from slavery. I know how difficult the problems facing many of your unions are. I too have organized among workers, scared to be seen talking to a union representative for fear of losing their jobs. I too have tried to deal with the type of employers who think that they can make money only by undercutting wage standards and fighting the organization of their employees. I too have tried to offset the campaigns of hate and suspicion that are used to keep wage earners of different backgrounds from forming strong organizations in their common interests. So I salute you, representatives of the labor movement of Mississippi, who nevertheless have forged bonds of solidarity and insisted upon your legal rights to bargain collectively. I am pleased to know that there are a number of representatives of my own union, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, represented in this convention. And I am proud that, as in other states, men and women meet under labor's banner as equal citizens to hammer out common policies regardless of race, creed, color, or national origin. It's on these basic principles that the labor movement and the best of our nation have been built. As you increase your numbers and influence, and I certainly hope that within the next year or two you will double your membership as hoped for by Claude Ramsey, your voice will be more clearly heard by the employers and the lawmakers of your community. Every new member gained, no matter from what industry or occupation, is an addition to your strength. Within our own nation, many bonds unite the various states. The companies that build factories here often have headquarters outside the South. Some have come to take advantage of an abundant labor supply, accustomed to lower wages that are paid elsewhere. But increasingly, the big corporations with large resources for expansion are realizing that efficient production depends upon well-educated, well-trained, and well-fed employees. They usually must bring a core of northern executives and skilled workers. They will not locate where schools are poor and do not feel welcome. The great corporations of the country in steel, telephones, autos, electrical manufacturing, shipbuilding, and so on, have learned to live with unions and labor legislation that provides adequate minimum standards. They have found by experience that they can produce efficiently and profitably while paying good wages, scheduling reasonable hours, and providing safety programs and insurance protection. As more industry comes to Mississippi, it should bring good standards with it, comparable to those in home states. Low-wage plants fleeing decent conditions elsewhere are a doubtful blessing. You have a great opportunity here to build on the progress made elsewhere. Let me give just a few examples that may be helpful as you develop your own state program. 36 states now have minimum wage laws in operation, some with a rate of $1.25 an hour. In 1965, Oklahoma and North Carolina established a new minimum for general employment of $1 an hour. A bill passed by the House of Representatives adds 8 million workers to the 30 million now protected by the Fair Labor Standards Act. It provides an increase for those now covered to $1.40 an hour next February 1st to go later to $1.60. We expect the Senate will pass it too. Most states have a Department of Labor with a trained staff to make inspections to see that safety and hours standards are met and child labor laws are enforced. 57 states regulate private employment agencies so that workers can more easily find jobs without loss of time and money. 48 states provide for mediation services in the case of labor management disputes. I could go on down the list of modern types of laws that the U.S. Department of Labor believes contributes to the welfare not only of workers but of communities in which they live. Why should you not have these in Mississippi? We in the Department of Labor will help you to provide information on them to other groups in the state whose support is needed. The main task will rest with you, and it's not an easy one, but we shall continue to help as we have done in the past. As you raise your employment conditions, other states can also more readily move ahead. President Johnson has especially urged action to improve workmen's compensation. On July 4th of this year, he signed an act modernizing the 50-year-old Federal Employees Compensation Act. Many state laws, he said, have fallen far behind, and it was mentioned this morning, the degree to which the workmen's compensation law has fallen behind, once considered an excellent law. As I signed this act, the President said, I strongly urge each state, in the light of these new federal amendments, to examine its own workmen's compensation law to assure that workers disabled by work injuries are properly compensated for the loss of their earnings. We want not only the best system to compensate our federal employees injured on duty, we want an adequate system for all American workers. Understand that in Mississippi, the most that will be paid to the family of a man killed at work in private employment is $12,500, no matter what his wage level or the number of his dependents. Can't we look forward to the day when a life in this state is worth as much as in the other state? Now I want to put on my other hat, that of advisor to President Johnson on consumer affairs. Mrs. Peterson, as you may know, actually has 2 full-time jobs. She is Assistant Secretary of Labor, and in that capacity I worked for her for many years in the Labor Department, having been with the Labor Department for several years. She spends 40 hours a week on that job. Her other full-time job is Assistant to the President for Consumer Affairs. And having seen her work and having been with her on field trips time and again, I know that she also spends 40 hours a week on that job. She actually works an 80-hour week, at least. She's a very hard-working person and a tremendous person. And so the first part of this talk was devoted to the field of labor standards in her capacity as Assistant Secretary of Labor, and the rest of the talk in the capacity of consumer activities and interests. Because incomes in Mississippi are low, it's important that your money not be wasted. I'm sure you and your members are experts in stretching a dollar to cover necessities, but you undoubtedly have some of the problems that we consumers suffer from in other places. Complaints coming to me daily show troublesome areas. Let me mention a few of them. Consumers write about their difficulties with appliances. They complain of early and frequent breakdowns, of guarantees and warranties that don't cover the trouble of having their complaints bucked from retailer to manufacturer and back again, and of repairs that are costly and unsatisfactory. They tell of bait and switch advertising, which attracts them to stores in hopes of getting a bargain. But when the request is made to see the advertised item, it turns out to be out of stock, or the salesman disparages it and attempts to trade the customer up. We hear about home improvement contractors who guarantee satisfaction, but who are the only ones satisfied after the work is done, if it is done. In In fact, in one place a few weeks ago, one of the officials in the Attorney General's office told me about one of these salesmen on the aluminum siding selling a contract to a woman, an elderly woman, for $5,000. The house itself worth $4,000. We hear from elderly consumers who tell of buying expensive hearing aids that do not work or are even unnecessary. Consumers complain that products called new and improved often turn out to be identical with the old, unimproved product, or perhaps not as good. And of course, the price is higher. Women especially tell us that they are often unable to buy two articles of clothing of the same size that actually are the same size and have the same fit. And finally, consumers write about two very important subjects that I would like to discuss in some detail, that of packaging and credit. No other topic has been the subject of more letters to the President's Committee on Consumer Interests than packaging, and in our opinion, no consumer function is as vital as credit. The difficulties that exist in packaging today are many. They include the printing of net weight statements in tiny type and in positions that make them hard to find, the use of odd combinations of weight, such as 1 pint, 5 ounces for one product, and 1 quart and a quarter for competing products. The proliferation of package weights, which makes price comparisons virtually impossible. For example, potato chips are packaged by manufacturers in more than 7 different weights, all under 3 pounds. I refer also to the use of such preposterous terms as jumbo quart, which attempts to make a quart seem larger than a quart and adds to the confusion. Also, there is the flouting of common sense that frequently sees the smallest size in a product line termed large size. This is common in toothpaste. One large size will be family size in another brand, and a middle size in a third brand. As a result of these practices, the consumer often is prevented from making price comparisons unless he or she takes a slide rule to the supermarket and is prepared to stay a very long time. Not only has competition failed to prevent these abuses, but the highly competitive situation in the grocery and the drugstore has in fact been blamed for the perpetuation of the abuses. For many businessmen say that they are forced to use the objectionable techniques that their less scrupulous competitors use, not because they want to, but because they are afraid of losing business. Although these practices may increase business profits, there is no doubt that they cost the consumer extra money. Although it's difficult to estimate how much loss it is to the consumer, a survey made last year at Eastern Michigan University does give some indication. In this particular survey, 33 college-educated housewives were given a shopping list of 20 common grocery items and asked to purchase the best buy in each one. Such products as shortening and sugar were on the list, and the shoppers had no trouble in determining the best buys, since they came in standard sizes. But such items as detergents, toothpaste, liquid bleach, which come in many weights, were included too, and with these the shoppers had a great deal of trouble. As a result, these women were unable to choose the best buys in 43% of the purchases, and it was estimated that their mistakes, caused mainly by packaging confusion, cost them an extra 9%. Add this on a grocery list for a period of a year, and it amounts to a substantial amount. In fact, Senator Williams has estimated that the average consumer loses about $150 a year because of inability to distinguish the prices and make comparisons. To help remedy this situation and to make price comparisons easier, the Congress is now considering packaging legislation that you are probably familiar with. The Senate has passed Senator Hart's bill on fair packaging and labeling, S. 985, and during the period beginning tomorrow through August the 5th, hearings will be held in the House on the packaging bill, which has been introduced by Senator Staggers of West Virginia and by also some other representatives. And this is a bill that President Ramsey referred to a while ago, that the Executive Committee had acted at noon endorsing the resolution, which will be submitted to you for action. And it's Ms. Peterson's hope that actually you will not stop if you pass this resolution, that you would not stop with this action. Actually, it would be very helpful indeed if individual letters were to come to the members of the House Committee, the Foreign and Interstate Committee, indicating your desire that such a bill be approved. In fact, the individual letters are often the most effective thing, as you know from experience, that can be done. Mrs. Peterson, incidentally, as mentioned by Mr. Ramsey, will testify on this tomorrow, and she's meeting today with legislative leaders in regard to the packaging bill. This is high on President Johnson's priority list. Hearings, the Senate finally did pass the bill after considering it in committee for some 5 years, and the fact that we do now have it passed by the Senate and hearings will be held now would give indication that we might have a packaging bill in this Congress. But only if, I think, there is indication from grassroots support for the bill. The consumer's dependence on credit was also cleverly portrayed in a recent Litchi cartoon, which showed a matronly woman addressing a group of ladies belonging to the Women's League for World Betterment. The matron was saying, and in conclusion, I would say basically the world struggle is between the haves, the have-nots, and us, the chargeants. Some of you might have seen the cartoon. When properly used and when given on reasonable terms, credit can be a boon. However, when a customer becomes overextended in debt, perhaps due to a fast-talking salesman who falsely promises low, easy terms, the results can be devastating. Unconscionably high interest rates, trick contracts, misrepresentation of credit terms, ballooning payments, concealment of true interest rates, reverse collection methods have become increasingly common. One case that came to our attention involved a man of little means who bought furniture priced at $389. Later he received a statement informing him that he owed $588 to be repaid in 24 monthly installments. The interest, in other words, on this one purchase was $199, and the true annual interest rate was 49%. Many of you will recall a tragedy in Illinois last year where 3 used car salesmen were slain by an enraged customer who was in turn slain in a gun battle with the police. The man had purchased a used car, failed to make the payments, and the car was being held by the company. But you may not have read later that the interest rate being paid by the lawyer was 51%, by the slayer was 51%. High interest rate is certainly no excuse for violence, but this case illustrates the depths of desperation to which many are driven by the many existing credit practices, as is shown, and it shows the need to update these practices. A few weeks ago, one of the women from one of the southern states came to Washington and told us about a survey that she had made in her area. This was a woman who worked for the anti-poverty group in the community. And she said that one of the women in the community told her about buying an item at the store for $35, agreeing to make a payment of $7 a month on that item until it was paid for. At the time of the survey, she'd been paying 7 months, which we know she'd paid $49. And at that time, she owed $54 on this item.
things like this go on throughout the country. Mr. Williams today was telling me about practices that go on in the furniture stores and for the low-income group, for people who are on very low wages. Practices in such places, furniture stores. Actually, these furniture stores making loans of $20 and requiring $25 to be paid back the following week. The interest rates 2, 3, and 4, 500%, and these accounts are never closed. In a conference a few days ago in Washington, the park work. Pay interest rates of 50 to 75%. And she said they had an open account with these loan sharks for 15 years. And such practices we think are very disturbing and we think should be corrected. And gradually there is being a lot of interest in states by the State Federation of Labor and by unions, by volunteer organizations, to the point that they are working together to hopefully correct many of these situations, particularly credit, because we think that credit is about the greatest of all of the problems affecting the consumer. And it's probably the hardest to do something about it. And even though one of the other resolutions that is going to be presented to you for consideration involves the Truth in Lending bill by Senator Douglas. This bill all it requires is that the true interest rates be shown. Hearings have been held on it now for 4 years, and the need for such legislation has been indicated, but it can't even get out of the banking committee. This is an area that there is vested interest in, and those who are making the money, those who are collecting from the poor and other people don't want it to be disturbed. That's why it's so difficult to do anything about it. Even more disturbing at times are the collection means. We learned recently of one instance where a company sent a representative not only to speak to the employers of a husband and wife who owed money, but also to speak to the principal of his school their child attended. To get at one aspect of the credit problem, the administration endorses the federal legislation to require the disclosure of credit costs in dollars and cents in the true annual interest rate. I might say that a little progress is being made in some of the states. Just a few weeks ago, the state of Massachusetts passed an excellent credit bill which requires the disclosure of the true annual interest rate as well as the amount involved in dollars and cents. And a few weeks ago, the Pennsylvania State AFL-CIO took the lead in with other organizations in proposing a credit bill be passed in the Pennsylvania legislature, and this bill has now passed the lower house and is now being considered by the Senate. And it's hoped that it will pass. Several other states have passed credit bills, and this is an area that you probably will want to be concerned with also, because there are extremely high credit rates being paid in Mississippi. Not only the credit, but the service charges. That's what many times there are regulations affecting credit, but no regulations affecting the service charges. So the result is that the service charges plus the interest rates amount to many times 40 to 50% of the purchase. Earlier this month, a number of low-income consumers in Boston made a comparative shopping tour as part of a Project Money Wise, which was an OEO-sponsored project. With just one exception, all of the shoppers encountered high-pressure salesmanship, concealment of credit terms, and high interest rates. One woman priced a washing machine and dryer and said the salesman was very agreeable about terms. In her words, all they want to know is, do you get welfare checks the 1st and the 15th? The cost of the machines, he told her, was $395, and he added that there is little or no carrying charge. After she pressed him, however, he said the terms would include $17 a month for 24 months for a total including down payment of $587. In other words, his little or no carrying charges amounted to $192. As I've noted, we in the federal government are working for legislation to protect the rights of consumers. But the federal government is moving in other ways too, through vigorous agency action such as that exemplified by Dr. Goddard of FDA. The government is seeking to make the most effective use of existing laws. By working with business when this is possible, the government is also seeking to prompt effective self-regulation. The President's Committee on Consumer Interest, for example, recently had success in getting the textile industry to institute improvements in care labeling. By sewing more care labels into clothing, the industry will thus enable the consumer to get more mileage out of his clothing. Finally, the federal government is working to arouse consumers to an awareness of their rights so that they will work to ensure those rights. Organized labor has played a key role in the campaign to make the consumer a more active partner in our economy. In fact, if it were not for the foresight of the AFL-CIO, it's doubtful that the consumer would have progressed as far as he has. For the AFL-CIO has long realized that what the worker wins at the bargaining table can be lost at the so-called bargain counter, unless his consumer rights are ensured and unless he is protected as a consumer. You and organized labor have done much, but there is still much to be done, and you can continue to help. You can spread the word that it does pay for consumers to speak up, as was in the case of the Massachusetts credit bill, which was passed largely due to the efforts of consumers themselves. You can work for consumer education in the schools so that your children have the best possible protection in the marketplace, the protection that comes from knowledge. You can continue to work for more effective laws in Mississippi. For the fact is that many, perhaps most of the consumer problems fall under the jurisdiction of the states, and remedies can only be made here. You can prod government officials to make better use of existing laws. You can work for official consumer representation on the state level so that the consumer viewpoint is heard more in state capitals. California, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island are currently the only states that have official consumer representation in the state level. You can join forces with other groups working toward the same goals, giving leadership and setting up a statewide consumer association of individuals and representatives of groups. There are now 18 city and state consumer organizations, and the AFL-CIO plays a vital part in many of these organizations. In fact, in several states, organized labor has been the force that has brought these groups together to form a consumer state association. There are now being, as I say, 12 states that have such statewide organizations, and this is an area that Claude and I are going to explore later on to see what can be done in Mississippi with your help. It's a tall order, but the effort is worth it. President Johnson has said that for too long, the consumer has had too little voice and too little weight in government. As a worker, as a farmer, as a lawyer, the citizen has been well represented. But as a consumer, he has had to take a back seat. That situation is changing. The consumer is moving forward. We cannot rest content until he is in the front row, not displacing the interests of the producer, yet gaining equal rank and representation with that interest. It's my firm belief that the determined efforts of organized labor, other groups, and individuals will achieve this consumer representation at the local, state, and national level. May we continue to work together toward this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frazier. We'd like to extend an invitation to you to remain with us as long as you can. We realize that you will have to be getting out and catch a plane before long, but we do appreciate appreciate you coming down and bringing that wonderful message. I'd like to ask the chairman of the Resolutions Committee, the Credentials Committee and the Rules Committee, to please come forward. While we're waiting on them to come up, I've got a couple of wires I'd like to read you. This one is addressed to myself as president of the organization. The men and women of the communication workers of America living in towns and cities throughout the United States and Canada recognize the unique combination of promise and peril that confronts the labor movement and all Americans in this dynamic era. As your 1966 Mississippi State AFL-CIO convention opens, we are with you in our thoughts as you plan the actions which shall constitute the historic record of your deep involvement in the search for answers to the challenge and change we find all about us. I'm certain that your deliberation will be fruitful and that the goal of full democracy and the full economy can be reached so long as dedicated organizations such as yours are a vital part of the process. Signed sincerely and fraternally, President Joe Byrne of the Communication Workers of America. I'd say that we had invited Brother Byrne to come to this convention, address the convention, and he was not able to do so. And we had also invited Vice President Gill, who was slated to appear before the convention this afternoon, but due to some problems at the bargaining table with the bell system, I believe, he was called to an important meeting in Washington to see what could be worked out in this particular area. And he wrote me an awful nice letter a couple of days ago regretting that he would not be able to accept or at least appear on our convention as he had already accepted. I have another wire here addressed to Secretary of Treasury Thomas Knight. Organizing activities prevent myself and our organizing staff attending your convention. Please express our regrets to the delegates, and may we wish you and President Ramsey and officers of the council success in your deliberations. May all of you continue to lead the fight to organize the unorganized. Sincerely, Ed Blair, Director of Organization for the Clothing Workers Union. Another wire. Fraternal greetings and best wishes for a harmonious and successful convention. Signed, Joseph P. Curdy, General President, and Catherine P. Peters, General Secretary of Treasury, United Garment Workers of America. So I have to wire Mr. McCurdy back, and then we'd like to get those people to you. Best wishes for a successful and productive convention. Sorry impossible to be with you, but hope you will extend our good wishes to the other officers and delegates. Barney Weeks, President of Alabama Labor Council. Now, I believe the Credentials Committee is ready at this time to give a partial report. So at this time I recognize Chairman B.C. Smith of the Credentials Committee. Brother Smith.
Mr. Chairman, as of now, we have 198 delegates certified. Of course, this is a partial report, and I move that they be seated.
You read the report and the motion of the chairman of the Credentials Committee that all delegates that have received badges been certified be seated. Do we have any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Smith.
I'd also like to announce that we have registered 35 guests.
Thank you, Brother Smith. We'll delay just a minute for the Sergeant at Arms to pass out the the rules will be submitted by the chairman of the Rules Committee. As soon as everybody gets a copy, we'll call on the chairman of that committee. While we're waiting on that, we have made an effort here today, in the first day of the convention, to recess the first day as early as possible in order to give our committees an opportunity to work. As you know, after I sign those resolutions, the number of resolutions we have, it's going to take an awful lot of work for those committees to be ready to report and get the job done before the convention. We hope we can get recessed by 3:30. Then we also wanted to give the ladies an opportunity to shop while they were in Jackson, those that wanted to, without having to go down late at night or late in the evening, what have you. And those of you that might be interested in seeing some of the sights in the capital city. The old Capitol Museum is right up at the end of Capitol Street. It's a very interesting place. If you've never been there, then it might be worth your time to go up and visit the museum right up at the end of the Capitol while you're here. Does everybody have copies of the rules? Those that don't have copies of the rules, hold your hands up, please, so we can spot you. A couple right over in here, looks like. We want to, if possible, act on resolution number 1 this afternoon. Resolution number 1, if adopted, will increase the executive committee from 5 to 7. As you know, probably have read it already. We'd like to act on that this afternoon so you'll know how many officers you're going to have, how many vice presidents, so you can do your politicking tonight. If we can't, then we can do it tomorrow. There's nothing necessary about it, but we'd like to get that action so you'll know yourself how many vice presidents you'll be electing at this convention. Everybody has copies of the rules? This time the chair recognizes Brother Taylor, chairman of the Rules Committee.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, before the Rules and Order Committee, composed of Charles Arnold, Mabel Snowden, Clifton Dunlap, B.B. Stegall, H.B. Hunter, Robert Dillon, S.H. Tillman. Rule number 1, the convention shall be called to order at 10 a.m. on Monday, Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday. The convention shall recess for lunch and reconvene according to program schedule and shall remain in session until the business of the day is completed. Number 2, delegates desiring to address the convention on any question shall announce their name, the organization which they represent, and the number of their local union. Number 3, if delegate while speaking be called to order, he shall at the request of the chair take his seat until the question of order is decided. Number 4, should 2 or more delegates arise to speak at the same time, the chair shall decide who is entitled to the floor. Number 5, no delegate shall interrupt another in his remarks except to raise a point of order. Number 6, the delegate shall not speak more than once on the same subject until all who wish to speak have had an opportunity to do so, nor more than twice, nor longer than 5 minutes at a time, without the unanimous consent of the convention. Number 7, at the request of 10 delegates, the mover of the motion shall submit it in writing. Number 8, a motion shall not be open for discussion until it has been seconded and stated from the chair. Number 9, a motion to lay on the table shall not be debatable except as limited by Robert's Rules of Order. Number 10, all resolutions shall bear the signature of the introducer and title of the organization he represents, and shall be submitted in triplicate form, except those submitted to the Secretary of Treasury 30 days before the convention in accordance with Article 4, Section 6 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution. Number 11, no motion or resolution shall be voted upon until the mover or the introducer has a chance to speak on it if he or she so desires. Number 12, the reports of committees shall be subject to amendments and substitutes from the floor of the convention, the same as other motions and resolutions. Number 13, when a question is pending before the convention, no motion shall be in order except to adjourn, to refer for the previous question, to postpone indefinitely, to postpone for a certain time, to divide or amend, which motion shall have precedence in the order named. 14, issues may be decided in any parliamentary manner, but a call of the roll is in order when supported by 30% of the delegates present at the time of demand. Number 15, when a roll call has been taken and all the delegates present have had an opportunity to record their votes, the ballot shall be declared closed. Number 16, when a roll call ballot has been ordered, no adjournment shall take place until the results have been announced. Number 17, it will require 2/3 of the seated delegates to hold a night session. If a night session is held, the assembly shall be cleared of all delegates. The assembly hall shall be declared of all delegates by 11 p.m. Number 18, Robert's Rules of Order shall govern all matters not herein provided for. Respectfully submitted by the Rules Committee. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the report of the committee.
Before we put the motion, I want to raise a question with the chairman of the committee. I'd like to have a caucus with you just a minute. Explain what I wanted to consult with Brother Taylor about. We have, in past conventions, extended the privilege of the floor to international representatives that represented local unions here in the state. That's what I was consulting with him about it, and I noticed that that Rule 19 adopted at the last convention was not added to these rules. These are basically the same rules as the last convention. I'd like to read what that rule stated. As the chair may in his discretion extend the privilege of the floor to any international representative or to a member of any fraternal organization for his or her comments upon any question under consideration. Would you like to also add that to the rules? If you do, I accept an amendment to that effect, and we can get it over that way. Brother Taylor offers a motion that the rules be amended to include the rule I just read to you. It was adopted at the last convention. We have a second to that amendment? We're having a discussion on the amendment? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Neither do we have any discussion on the adoption of the rules. A motion made by Brother Taylor. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you, gentlemen, both of you. Now, as the chairman of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee ready to report, is he in the meeting hall? Still out? Then I'm going to ask our good friend Senator Howard McDonald to please come to the podium. You want to escort him down? Lead him by the hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you recall the fact that the Mississippi legislature recently adjourned, set a number of records, the longest session in the state's history, considered more bills than any session in the state's history, and adopted the largest budget and spent more of our money than any legislature in the state history. Now, as president of this organization, one of my responsibilities is to the best of my ability, to protect the interests of the working people when the legislature's in session. And this has been a tremendous job, as most of you know. Now, we come out of this session in fairly good shape this time, considering the length of the session and the number of bills introduced. But we didn't come out of it in fairly good shape because our enemies were not at work, believe you me this. They were at work. We came out of it because we've got a few good friends in the Mississippi legislature and the Senate in particular. The Manufacturers Association in this session of the legislature made a serious attempt to completely emasculate the workmen's compensation law. Several bills were introduced that would have done this job. They passed the House, but we were able to get them killed in the Senate committee when they got to the Senate. This is how close it came again. Now, a mention was made here by a previous speaker, Mr. Frazier, about the fact that a man's or woman's life is not worth but $12,500 in this state. Well, if these amendments had have been passed, we might as well forgot about workmen's compensation. You might have got the $12,500 if you was killed, but injury on the job, compensation and medical care and things like this would have just about gone out the picture, especially people that had heart cases in connection with their employment. Now, the gentleman I'm about to introduce to you has been in and out of the legislature for a number of years. He served in that body for several different terms. He is presently serving as a senator from Harrison County. He lives in Biloxi. I've been knowing Howard MacDonald for a number of years, and I've always looked upon him as being one of the best friends that organized labor's got in the state of Mississippi, bar none. He is a union-minded person. As a matter of fact, he believes in this labor movement a whole lot more than a lot of our members do. That's the type of person Howard MacDonald is. He has fought consistently in the state legislature for legislation beneficial to the great masses of people. He spent years in trying to bring about reform at Parchment at the state penitentiary. Now, I could talk on here all afternoon about Howard MacDonald, but it gives me a great deal of pleasure here this afternoon to present to you Senator MacDonald from Biloxi. Howard?
Mr. President, officials and members of the AFL-CIO, and invited guests, I first want to take this opportunity to thank my dear friend, Mr. Ramsey, for those kind and generous remarks. I know that over the years I have made attempts to make some small contribution to organizations who had for their purpose some of the same things for which I stood. In one way, I feel like the lawyer who was trying to save his client. There was this attorney who defended a person on a capital charge. Most unfortunately, he lost the case and his client was sentenced to death. He would not come right out and tell his client that I do not believe that I can save your life, but he told him I am satisfied that after I file a motion for a new trial, that the court will go along and grant that motion for a new trial. So be that as it may, he appeared in court with the motion for a new trial, and he presented it to the court, and the court overruled the motion for the new trial. Naturally, his client was very much disheartened. So he did everything within his ability to encourage his client. He said, "Now, don't feel too badly." He said, "I somewhatly expected that." He said, "That's the same judge who ruled on the law throughout this case." But he says, "I have another hope, and it's a high hope, and that is that the Supreme Court will reverse it." So lo and behold, he appealed the case to the state Supreme Court, and unfortunately the state Supreme Court did not reverse. He was still under sentence to die. So he called by the jail to visit his client, and he told him how sorry he was that the state Supreme Court had denied him clemency, but that he still felt satisfied that the governor would reduce the sentence and commute it from death to life imprisonment. So sure enough, right toward the end, he goes to the governor. He walks out very dejectedly and disheartenedly, and he calls by the jail to see his client again. And he said, "You know, it is with regret that I must inform you that the governor has refused to reduce your sentence, and you are still under a sentence of death to be electrocuted. He said, all of my efforts have seemingly failed, but now that they have failed and I have been unable to get the sentence reduced, I still have one hope. Maybe I can get the current reduced. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like maybe I have tried to get things changed, and I hope I have made some contribution. But it is today, in a spirit of humility, that I have accepted the kind invitation of your president and my close friend and associate, Mr. Claude Ramsey, to appear as one of the speakers on this convention program. I must profess that while I am indeed pleased with the opportunity to address you on this most important occasion, my feeling of pleasure is mingled with regret. I am pleased by this large and enthusiastic gathering of so many good, solid, red-blooded Americans whose thinking and actions in relation to organized labor are so responsive to my own. And though I am a stranger to many of you, I do not feel as a stranger, but actually one of you. A partner, so to speak, among partners in a common cause. I have observed with an active interest the labor movement within our state since 1940, and I say with pardonable pride that considerable progress has been made during that period. Yet as I stand here before you at this third biennial convention, I am now, and have been, saddened by the passion and prejudice which aroused popular feeling into madness and gave birth to the right to work law and almost death to the rights of organized labor. I regret to behold the setback which the free labor movement has suffered as a result of this congressional malignancy, which impaired organized labor's right to survive and also its ability to organize the unorganized. It is indeed a sad commentary that the entire group of active, patriotic labor union loyalists, members within our state, are so greatly outnumbered by non-union slacker members who, without pride, sit back complacently and reap the harvest sown by you people who work so hard and till the soil. The high standard of living enjoyed by the people of our nation today is indeed the highest ever reached by any country. And this happy state of affairs might well be attributed to the devotion of such fine, red-blooded, spirited American citizens like you and your proud ancestors, who through a spirit of patriotism and independence, which is so incidental to our American way of life, that they have trudged a long, hard, rocky way for the things which they believe to be worth fighting for. Anyone believing that the American labor movement was a hatched up, overnight scheme to better the working man's plight lives without the field of reality. It is an historical fact that the long and arduous journey from the amoeba stage and up until relatively recently was beset by decades of toil, suffering, suppression, bloodshed, heartbreaks, tears, illness, mutilation, imprisonment, desperation, want, and other hardships. And except for which sacrifices, the working man of the present would be the slave of the past. Yet that high standard of attainment, heretofore alluded to, is taken for granted, not only by non-union workers, but frequently by union members who constantly complain about their unions, their union officials, meetings, activities, and the payment of dues, all of which are but small insurance premiums as compared to the huge benefits reaped by those so well covered by that style of insurance which only the labor union can give to the working man. And so far as the non-union worker is concerned, he might well be reckoned to the slacker, who during international warfare remains at home and accepts for his family and himself all of the protection afforded him by his patriotic, red-blooded fellow Americans who offer their all, including their life and limb, for the betterment of their country, while the slacker, like the scab, and other leech-like parasites get a free ride. In order that we might better understand the progress resulting from the labor movement in America, and while the working classes have attained such heights, it might be well to go back to what is generally recognized as the first steps in the history of the labor movement in America. The labor movement is a term generally applied to the conscious, united, and persistent efforts of wage-earning people to improve their economical and social conditions. Though such efforts have been conducted on the economical level, the political plane, and frequently on both, the trade or labor unions might generally be thought of as the chief instruments of labor's progress. From most historical accounts, it seems as though the first organized action of American wage earners was a strike in Philadelphia in the year of 1786. This strike was by the printers, and its purpose was to obtain a weekly wage, not a daily wage, but a weekly wage of $6. It is generally accepted that the birth of modern trade unionism in our country may properly be assigned to this date. But during the next 2 decades, it was organized action among the cordwainers, paperites, and tailors in New York City and Philadelphia. With rising industrial endeavor and an expanding population during the first decade of the 19th century, there resulted a change in the relationship between master and journeyman. The change was such that the master produced custom-ordered products and employed journeymen to meet the demand. With improved transportation and increased marketing facilities, the merchant capitalists offered their goods for sale, and it was not long before they began competing among themselves. As a result of this competition, pressure upon wages followed. That is the history of labor. Matter which way it goes, matter where the competition lies, the wage earner is the one who has suffered. But this in turn necessitated organization among the wage earners. By the year 1820, shoemakers, printers, hatters, tailors, and others were organized into unions and were demanding higher wages and shorter hours. This movement soon assumed a political nature, since many of the union demands could only be had through legislation. Among these demands were the abolition of imprisonment for debt, the providing of public school facilities for the children of the working classes, to eliminate charity schools for the education of the children of the working people. And in this connection, if I might be permitted to remark, I had the opportunity to work with your president, who worked with me in an effort to have a compulsory school law passed for the unfortunate youngsters of the state of Mississippi. But furthermore, it was to end the militia system and the fines imposed upon those who failed to report for military drill. Since the wealthier class could well afford the finer things, the working people felt that the economical system discriminated against the poor, and rightly so. In the year of 1827, trade unionism reached the come-out stage in the Philadelphia area. Up until that time, each union had acted alone, independently of the other unions. At that time, several local unions there united to form the Mechanics Union and Trade Association, This body attempted to unite all of the various unions for common action and around a common program. It was not long before similar groups were organized in other places. After a short flirtation with politics, these new groups of organizations settled down to business and devoted their attention largely to industrial and social issues. In the year 1834, another step was taken with the organization of the first national union called the National Trades Union. The attempts of the working people to organize in order to raise wages and improve working conditions did not go unchallenged. Not only did the employers or masters combine to meet this threat, so to speak, but in many instances, union organizers as well as union members were prosecuted for criminal conspiracy. That was the famous, or rather infamous, method of attacking unions. Always, if persons who were members of unions even discussed a strike or picketing, they were proceeded against in the nature of criminal conspiracies, either by governments, governors, or by the influential capitalists of the day. Though conspiracy, prosecutions, and combinations of employments strongly resisted the labor movement, periodic economic depressions also hampered continued progress of the unions everywhere, and the long periods of unemployment made their survival most uncertain and difficult to say the least. American industry, no longer protected by the embargo after the Napoleonic War, it could not compete with her sister nations, and trade unions could not survive. This was likewise true with the Depression of 1837, when many aggressive unions that were organized earlier collapsed. And it was not until about the year of 1862 before the renewed efforts were made. And toward the end of the Civil War, a strong national labor movement sprang up to meet the demands of national as well as regional markets. Increased railroad facilities and the inventions of new devices and the improvement of old ones increased the volume of accumulated capital and also the size of the working force. The Civil War sped up the process of industrialization. Factories rose to supply the armies. Growth of transportation welded the separated sections of the countries into one economic unity. Commodities produced in several parts of the country were competing in the same market. Improved transportation also enabled journeymen to move more readily from one part of the country to the other. It was then recognized by the labor leaders that such conditions made it a must for the locals of a trade scattered through the country to combine into a national union. Although numerous attempts were made to force nationwide movements, failure followed. After a hard struggle for leadership between the city centers, local bodies made up of delegates from the several craft unions on the one hand and national unions on the other, and neither group being sufficiently strong to dominate the movement, it failed, but another attempt was made. In the year of 1868, the National Labor Union was organized, and within 2 years had enrolled over 600,000 members, all union affiliated. For the next several years, their positions vacillated from success to failure. It was not until the year of 1881 that the American Federation of Labor was organized in Pittsburgh by a group of trade unions representing some 262,000 members. After a noble effort by the Knights of Labor had failed, following a spectacular struggle with a group of railroads then controlled by the industrialist Jay Gould. Time and space, however, will not permit a detailed discussion of the years of negotiations, quarrels, rivalry, jurisdictional conflicts, and what have you, that existed between the trade union, the Knights of Labor, and others. In the spring of 1886, a conference of trade union leaders was called to consider the relations of the trade unions to the Knights of Labor, and it was then voted to launch the AFL. Samuel Gompers was elected president and served nobly for nearly 4 decades. It was Gompers' position that unions should be organized along craft lines. He believed that collective bargaining through organization was the answer to the needs of the workmen. It is quite definite that labor was on the way. While a discussion of all the major strikes and labor wars is not presently in order, I feel as though I would fail to get my message over without a word or so concerning the Pullman strike, which is probably recognized as one of the bloodiest in the history of the labor movement. It was on May the 11th, 1894, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, headed by Victor Eugene Debs, called a strike as a result of the Pullman Company's reduction in wages. No doubt, the severe falling off of business activity resulted from the Depression following the panic of 1893, which had seized the entire country. At any rate, Pullman had found it difficult to secure contracts for his shop to build new passenger or freight cars. And in order to keep his plant operating, he had accepted, at an estimated loss of $50,000, building contracts to cover the first few months of 1894. In an effort to absorb the $50,000 loss that the $36 million Pullman Company would sustain on these contracts, Pullman deemed it necessary to cut the wage scale from a day wage to a piece wage, and at the same time cutting the piece rates to speed up production. Within a period of only several months thereafter, workmen who had been with the company for years and years and who had been earning $3.20 per day were reduced to $2.60 a day, and then to $2.20 a day, then to $1.80 a day, and then to $1.20 a day, and were forced to turn out more work by the piece scale to earn their $1.20 than they had to turn out to earn their $3.20. Within another 2-month period, skilled workmen were drawing for 2 weeks' work after their rent had been deducted, sums ranging from 8 cents to $1, on which they had to feed families of 4 and 5 and 6 for the following 2 weeks. After their meager savings were gone, able-bodied but starving men had to stop work every hour and sit down for a few minutes to gain enough strength to carry on. Conscientious workmen fainted at their jobs and had to be carried out by their fellows. In the homes, the mothers beat their skulls against empty lofters to know how to keep little children from becoming ill, from developing rickets. Yet George Pullman refused to lower their rents by 1 cent. He boasted, I quote, "The Pullman Company has to earn its 3.5%. The Pullman Land Company has no connection with the Pullman Palace Car Company, so I can do nothing about the rents." When it was pointed out that Pullman also owned the Pullman Land Company, and his rents had also been 25% above prosperity prices, and that these were now Depression times, and that rents in surrounding towns had been reduced 20 and 30%, Pullman replied by so distributing work that every inhabitant of a Pullman home was enabled to earn just enough to cover their rent debt to the company, a pattern for starvation ingeniously contrived by the mechanical brain of George Pullman. The Pullman employees organized and sent word to the company to ask if a delegation would be received to present their grievances, and if the company would promise not to discharge their delegates. The company promised, and after they told their story to the vice president, George Pullman informed the delegation that he had nothing to discuss with them. Furthermore, all 43 of the delegates were discharged, and their family received dispossessed notices. Actually, that was when the workers struck. They walked peacefully out of the shops and sent delegations to Pullman asking him to arbitrate. Pullman declared he had nothing to arbitrate and insisted that the workers have nothing to do with the amount of wages that they received, as that was solely the business of the company. Mayor Hopkins, as well as the mayors of 56 American cities, telegraphed Pullman urging him to arbitrate. Pullman, like a medieval king who ruled by divine right, was not to be questioned. The strike, it seems, proceeded along peaceful lines, and by their refusal to operate trains carrying Pullman cars, the strikers were on their way to victory. But unfortunately, violence erupted. Just what the General Managers Association had wanted. and they actually had promoted it. This resulted in federal troops being sent to Chicago by President Cleveland to protect property and act as strikebreakers. The workers and their sympathizers opposed them. On each occasion, the soldiers tried to move the trains on. The track ahead was blocked by the overturning of boxcars and the spiking of switches. By nightfall, the whole army had been able to move the train only 6 blocks. The General Managers Association, being determined to prove that they could bring a Pullman train into Chicago, over the Rock Island Road, sent through a train slowly down the track with the United States troops on its cowcatcher. A protesting crowd collected. The soldiers jumped down and charged into the men and dispersed them. There was jeering and stone throwing. The night workers broke loose. Some of the cars broke into flames and vanished in smoke. Human blood flowed. Debs and some of his followers were thrown in jail. Shortly after, the General Managers Association again refused to negotiate. And there they were. The workers disorganized, whipped, humiliated, without funds, and with serious charges against their leaders, abused by the press, the pulpit, and the government. Men and women began drifting back to work, to the Pullman shops on the same wage scale against which they had struck. But not until they had turned in the American Railroad Union cards to the railroad yards on any terms. Anyone who had any voice in the strike was refused work and blacklisted. And ladies and gentlemen, if I might be permitted to remark, it was almost like hanging the leper's bell on one's neck as to blacklist them. They were blacklisted not only locally, but they were blacklisted nationally. And many a good, honest, and honorable worker and his family stalled because of the blacklisted procedure that was adopted by such men as Pullman and others of his ilk. Anyone who had any voice in the strike was refused. For the next decade, derelicts of this industrial war drifted over the face of the continent, seeking a chance to work at their trades, even in disguise, using false names, torn from their wives and children at home, wounded veterans of internecine strife with no government hospitals or veterans bureaus to which they might turn for help. Here was George Pullman, the so-called great human benefactor, the founder of the perfectly equipped town, built out from one central thought to a beautiful and harmonious whole. But in reality, this so-called humanitarian, built up as he was by the press, big business, civic organizations, and everything that stood for bigness, was a shrewd, cold-blooded, calculating monster whose every thought and motive in life was inspired by the dollar sign. His town of Pullmanville was financed by money extracted out of the labor of his human derelicts. George M. Payne was another one of the great philanthropists, who was the owner of a lumber industry of such vastness that its operations extended over 14 states. The average wage paid to his 1,600 employees was 96 cents for a 10-hour working day. His skilled mechanics received $1.25 per day, that is a 10-hour working day, for operating dangerous saws and other unguarded machinery. In violation of the Wisconsin law, making it a crime to employ children under 14 years of age, he had hunger-driven fathers sign false affidavits which enabled him to employ children from 10 years up for 65 cents per day and women for 80 cents per day. He followed through by discharging the men where he could and employing their wives and children, though the Wisconsin law made it mandatory that labor be paid weekly, he paid monthly. Every morning, the gates were locked after his employees entered, so that they could not leave their work, even to go to the toilet without express consent. Talking was forbidden on the job. The workers lived in a jungle slum of shacks along the railroad tracks. Their lot was one of suffering, misery, illness, deprivation, thousands of hours of fatigue, and frustration of stunted bodies and minds. It was from such forms of human slavery that George Payne earned his riches. From the standpoint of the industrialists like Pullman, Payne, and others of that period, the working man had little or no future except a life of toil. His place in society was fairly well explained by the following. In passing on to you this quote, I trust that you will give attention to this for the reason that this could very well have applied to any one of us had we lived in that day. And let us not become complacent and think that our present status is fixed and that it cannot change, because that is untrue. And except for unions, I repeat, we do not know how long your status would remain as it is. But I quote, and this was the general thinking or the general esteem in which the working people were held. In all social systems, there must be a class to do the menial duties, to perform the drudgery of life. That is a class requiring but a lower order of intellect and but little skill. That's exactly what they wanted of slaves, if you remember. Its requisites are vigor, docility, and fidelity. Such a class you must have, or you would not have that other class, which leads progress, civilization, and refinement. It constitutes the very mudsill of society and of political government. And you might as well attempt to build a house in the air as to build the other, except on this mudsill. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the esteem in which the working man was held, and every effort, you may rest assured, was put forth to keep him in that status, where neither he nor his family could ever rise above what might be thought of as the mudsill status. To such minds as Pullman, Payne, and other industrialists of the past and even today, without organized labor, the future of America would rest solely on the totality of their control over the mass of human machines. The greatness of the country would be determined in an inverse ratio to the intelligence and independence of the workers and their families. Though industry could logically employ children, thwart their physical growth, rob them of their education, doom them forever to fractional lives of toil and ignorance, and do so in all virtue because the future of America depends upon developing a docile and faithful labor supply which would enable the industrialists to make millions in profit, which would in turn create progress, civilization, and refinement. According to Pullman, Payne, and others, they didn't need unions. According to many today, we do not need unions. We could go on forever discussing the various strikes and wars, such as the Haymarket tragedy, the Western Federation of Miners, and others resulting in victories and losses, injuries, death, imprisonment, and other forms of tragedy, which befell the working class because of its organized efforts to protect its right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The origin of the CIO, as you know, came into play because of the issues of industrialism versus craft unionism. And these issues were heatedly debated at the 1934 annual convention of the American Federation of Labor and came to a climax at the 1935 annual convention when on November the 10th, 1935, representatives of 8 leading unions met and formed a committee for industrial organization. Its original purpose was to help organize the unorganized in the mass production industries and bring them into the AFL. After charges by the AFL, it was then, if you remember, not the Congress, but the Committee of Industrial Organization, that the CIO challenged the supremacy of the AFL, and there was a demand for the dissolution of the CIO. After much haggling and even several moves to merge the two organizations, the conference failed, despite the efforts of John L. Lewis and William Green. In October 1938, the CIO claimed a membership of over 4 million and issued a call for a constitutional convention to meet in Pittsburgh on November the 14th, 1938, in order to form a permanent federation. The convention adopted a constitution, changed the name to the Congress of Industrial Organization, and on November the 16th elected permanent officers with John L. Lewis as the president. No one familiar with the history of the CIO, nor that giant of labor, John L. Lewis, can question the progress made by this great organization. While the fortunes of organized labor from the inception of the American labor movement ranged from good and bad to better and worse, it was not until about the turn of the century before collective bargaining really got underway, especially in the newspaper industry, railroads, glass and pottery, and the anthracite coal industries. With America's entry into World War I, the National War Labor Board was created to eliminate labor difficulties. This was also true with America's entry into World War II, but actually it was under the New Deal that the fortunes of organized labor were dramatically improved. It was under the stimulus of Section 7A of the National Industrial Recovery Act that labor was guaranteed the right to organize without employer interference and to bargain collectively. The labor movement began the quickest and longest upward march in its history. Actually, it is to the everlasting credit of our late and lamented President Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the Democratic Party that organized labor has made its greatest strides. To the Republican Party and the Republicans generally, organized labor owes nothing, and have nothing for the Republicans other than contempt for the Taft-Hartley law, its brainchild, the brainchild of the late Republican Senator Robert Taft. And whether organized labor is in accord with all of President Lyndon B. Johnson's program, his untiring efforts in its behalf cannot be underestimated. This was also true of our late and lamented President John F. Kennedy, who met with an untimely death. While the CIO claimed a membership of about 4 million in 1938, as we have noted, the AFL claimed a membership of approximately 8 million about that time. As a result of the same old bone of contention, internecine warfare broke loose within the labor movement. This was indeed a tragedy. Here were two noble institutions, headed by two noble leaders, striving to reach a common goal, and yet involved in a civil war wherein the House of Labor became divided against itself and remained divided for a period of approximately 20 years. Although the House did not topple, the effect was most demoralizing and expensive, to say the least. How well I can remember during the course of labor union representation as a lawyer, how I had various affiliates and locals were at each other's throats, and so much so in some instances that members of the AFL and members of the CIO looked at one another with daggers in their eyes. Fortunately, this unwholesome situation was remedied shortly after the Honorable George Meany became president of the AFL and the Honorable Walter Reuther became president of the CIO. In 1955, the two merged into the present and greatest of all unions, the AFL-CIO, of which Meany was elected president. As of 1965, there were approximately 13 million members. Though hours could be spent right here discussing the contributions of organized labor to mankind, time and circumstances will not permit. And with only a few moments of my allotted time left, I wish to briefly skim over our situation in our own state, where trade unions are relatively new as compared to the rest of the nation. And before 1930, there were relatively few. there having been some building trades and some few railway brotherhoods. The lateness of unionism in Mississippi might well be attributed to the absence of industry. It must be remembered that until only quite recently, our state was not only primarily agricultural, but almost solely agricultural, and at least to the extent that there was not sufficient industrial endeavor to attract labor, at least on a large scale. It is only of late that Mississippi's natural resources are being tapped, and with abundance of water, timber, gas, and oil, and other minerals, together with a physical climate that is unequal, and even a supply of skilled craftsmen and labor that can be made available, there's a bright industrial future. Provided, however, that the emphasis which has recently been placed on industry continue, and provided further that our outlook generally be changed to conform to the thinking of the rest of the nation, and that rabble-rouse and over matters that are not necessarily to what we call our liking be swapped for one of law and order with an outlook of progress for the future. It is a certainty that industry has been greatly discouraged in our state as a possible interference with agricultural pursuit, even to the extent of enacting legislation for that purpose. As a boost to industry, the late Governor Hugh White inaugurated his program to balance agriculture with industry. And while it played some part in de-emphasizing agriculture, or rather emphasizing the need for industry, and actually encouraged industry, the program has been considered somewhat socialistic in that the risk of capital investments in industry are subsidized by the state. So that actually is today an all-out effort to attract industry to our state. This program, unfortunately, has militated against the interests of organized labor in that with local funds, the employer is able to get the backing of the press, the chambers of commerce, the Humane Society, the United Daughters of Confederacy, and what have you, on the basis that the labor organizations will spell doom to the business. Our whole economy has suffered. At any rate, organized labor has made some progress within our state. But with the passage of the right-to-work law, which passed the legislature in 1954 and voted into our Constitution in 1960 by the people, a great obstacle has been placed in the path of the labor movement, an obstacle of such magnitude as to demand the help of every laborer, working man, union, and union official in the state and country if the movement is to continue. Remember, remember that every benefit that you as laborers and workers and your family receive today are not solely because of your skill and effort, but more so because of the long, hard-fought battles of organized labor. Remember the Pullmans, the Paynes, and others of their ilk. You still have them with you today. Others have taken their places. And you had better believe that the unions, organized labor, and organized labor alone stands between you and them. All of the laws which now protect you are the results of the efforts of organized labor. Destroy organized labor and everything that has been accomplished for you and all working people by organized labor will collapse. All working people need a union. Much is done to discourage unions. We hear educated people speak against unions. We hear doctors and lawyers knock unions. And I wish to call to your attention, and I wish that you would tell me if you know of any union that is stronger than the American Medical Association, any union that is stronger than the American Bar Association, of which I am a member, any union that is stronger than some of these associations, so they call them. They're still unions, and they are unions because there's strength and they need unity. And it is as a result of unity that they have made the strides which they have made. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call to your attention that every day of your lives you have the opportunity to speak for unions. You have the opportunity to encourage them. If I ride in a taxi cab, I bring up some way or another a union. I try to determine whether the drivers have a union. If not, I try to pass on the advantages of a union. If I ride the elevator, I want to know whether the elevator operators are unionized. If I bring something to the laundry, I want to know whether they're unionized. I want to know if everything's unionized. Every one of us can talk union. If you just look back over what the unions have gone through to reach this present state, to do for you what they have done, I do not see how you can fail to do that. But in closing, I want to publicly commend your president for the masterful job which he has performed as your president. It was indeed inspiring to notice that some of the things that he has done. He realized from the outset that you needed facilities which you did not have before, that you needed a press, so to speak, where you could print and send out papers, where you could pass on to the members of the union just what was being done and how it's being done, so that every member might be well informed on the activities of the union. But that is only a small part of what he has done. I can readily see why he was first elected president of the Papermakers Local 203 in Jackson County, and also president of the Jackson County Labor Council. I remember them myself when he and I lived in adjoining counties, and he did a remarkable piece of work then, and because of that remarkable effort that he has put forth, he was later, as you know, elevated to the presidency of this noble organization. I have seen him in action, and his performance has been great. Whether it was while he was in the course of lecturing to the classes at the University of Mississippi, and frankly, I have never known that to be done before by labor unions in Mississippi. I think we are fortunate having a man with his education who is able to lecture to the classes at the university. He has performed well there. He has performed well in throwing out pickets. He has performed well in everything that he has done. And I do say that he learned by training experience, and he is diplomatic and possesses more of the sufficient, what we call intestinal fortitude to meet any situation. Although he has frequently been referred to, as you know, as Hard-Nosed Ramsey, I think that's a pretty good appellation for my friend, because I have seen him placed in positions where you had to be hard-nosed somebody, or you or your cause wasn't going to make much headway. So if it takes a hard nose to give you what Ramsey has, I wish we had more hard noses in labor. It has been my pleasure to work with him in the legislature, in the various legislative committees, in my room at night, in his room, and in numerous places, in an effort to get things done for the union. Now, in closing, I want to say this. I want you to remember organized labor, and please be assured, and Mr. Ramsey will verify this, I have no financial interest whatever in organized labor. Whether organized labor rises or falls, I have no financial interest whatever. But I have a love in my heart for my fellow man, that I want to see everyone given an opportunity, and particularly those who have never had an opportunity. But remember, organized labor has befriended you. She has fought your battles. You should help her now to continue to help you. Work with your organization. Attend the meetings. Cooperate with your officials and fellow members. Pay your dues. It is but a small premium on a wonderful return. Be proud to say that you're a union man. Exhibit your button with pride. Join in the free labor movement with your fellow workers. Look upon one another with smiles on your faces, and have that spirit of friendship that is so well expressed, so that where they formerly existed between the AFL group and the CIO group, looks of daggers, you now see this sign. You see the sign of handshaking, a sign that seals the bond of union between honorable men and honest men. I thank you very kindly for your attention.
Thank you, Senator, for such a wonderful address. I can see you've done your homework on your labor history. I think it's appropriate that maybe we go back and look at the past every once in a while to understand how we got where we are today. And for your information, Senator, we are writing history in Mississippi. We've got a lot of the people that you mentioned in the last century. We still have a rather large group of employees in Mississippi that still have a 19th century attitude. Now, I hope that we can get the report of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, at least on resolution number 1, and that maybe we might can get out a little around 4 o'clock, maybe something like that, depends on the amount of discussion. Before we take that report up, I see we've got a couple of international reps and one vice president came in that I haven't introduced yet. We have Vice President Mark Fisher and Representative L.A. Dunaway on the far side. Would you stand up, Mark, you now? Inside over there. Certainly glad to have you fellas out, Mark. Hope you can stay around and be with us for a while. Also note Brother Hubert Mills with the chemical workers sitting in the middle of the hall down there. Stand up, Hubert. Let them see. Hubert and his organization is also doing a terrific job in Mississippi. They have a number of new locals, a number of delegates from those locals at this convention, along with some of the other groups. I hope to be able to present this group to you en masse. I want you to see the number of delegates we got at this convention from local unions organized since our last convention. This will give you an idea about the growth and the interest in organizing. I hope to have that for you tomorrow. Got a couple of ladies in the back that I want you to give a little applause to. Ms. Phillips and Ms. Morgan, our office secretaries. They have done the job for you in those kits. If you've had a chance to go over the kits and see the arrangement, the articles and what have you, these girls put in an awful lot of time dressing up your resolutions, preparing scratch pads for you and things like that. Let's give them a round of applause in the back there. Then I see a couple of young Democrats, Bill Silver and his cohort, Mr. Cupid, sitting at the table over there. Stand up, Bill, let them see you. You watch those fellas, they'll have their hand in your pocket. And we have another gentleman I'd like to recognize this time, Mr. W.H. Cummings. Stand up, Bill, and I'll tell him who you are after you sit down. Brother Cummings works for the Trailway Bus Company, a company that one of our unions had a long strike with here about 20 years ago. And this eventually wound up that they had an independent union at that place for about 15 years now. And I can report to you today that these people now are in the AFL-CIO bus drivers union as a result of Brother Cummings' activity and the help of the bus drivers union. Congratulations, Bill. We're certainly glad to have you. Now, I also would like to call your attention to the table in the back. Those of you that haven't noticed the table, we have an assortment of material from the two clothing unions, ILG and ACWA. And Howard, you want to make sure you get your name in that box. It's worth a suit if it's drawn out. That box in the back. And also, I want you to take note of the Labor Department material on the left. Now, we have a gentleman with the Landon Griffin Department reporting section here, Mr. Sutton, and he has told me that if we have any officers, financial officers that would like to consult about reports and what have you, that he would be glad to meet with them. If there's a number of people that are interested in sitting down with him, we can arrange a conference for you. He is available.
Well, at this time, I'm going to ask the chairman of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee to please come forward and if they're ready for a report. You all ready? A partial report? Brother Schaefer.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. Your Constitution and Bylaws Committee has been in session. I believe the chairman called for a report, if possible, about 2:30. We ran about 30 minutes over, so forgive us for that. If you will get your resolution number 1 from your kit. Read the resolution within its entirety as proposed by the Executive Board of Mississippi AFL-CIO. Then I'll go back and call your attention to some amendments as proposed by the committee. It says, whereas the Executive Committee of the Mississippi AFL-CIO is the most important body and in effect sets policy for the organization in the absence of the Executive Board meetings, and whereas it would be helpful if members of this committee came from various sections of the state, and whereas an increase in the size of this committee would make it a more representative body, and whereas both the President and the Secretary-Treasurer now live in Jackson and the committee could be enlarged without great cost involved, now therefore be it resolved that Article 5 be amended to read as follows. Section 1. The executive officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO shall consist of a president, 5 vice presidents, secretary-treasurer, elected for terms of 2 years. In addition, there shall be 10 executive board members elected at the same time for the same term as the executive officers. Section 2. Persons holding statewide political office, either elective or appointive, shall not be eligible to hold office in the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Positions in the legislature are excluded under this rule. Section 3. No 2 vice presidents shall come from the same Central Labor Union district, and not more than 1 vice president, nor more than 2 members at large of the executive board shall be members of the same national or international union. And be it further resolved that the words 3 vice presidents be changed to 5 vice presidents where they appear elsewhere in the Constitution. And be it finally resolved that these amendments to the Constitution go into effect immediately upon adoption. I immediately recognize one little omission that our committee failed to function on, but I will go to Section 3. As I read, you can follow, then you can pencil in if you so desire. It says, 1 vice president shall be nominated from each congressional district in caucus of said district at the biennial convention. One vice president shall be nominated from each congressional district in caucus of said district at the biennial convention. That would exclude or mark out the first 2 lines of the resolution as submitted. I'll read again. 1 vice president shall be nominated from each congressional district in caucus of said district at the biennial convention. Then, continuing on, not more than 2 members at large of the executive board shall be members of the same national or international union. This is the same language as presently have. Then, on page 2, the resolved, and be it further resolved, that the words 3 vice presidents be changed to 1 vice president from each congressional district. And, of course, the last resolve would remain as it presently is. So, Mr. Chairman, this is the committee's recommendation. I move it's adopted.
You've heard the committee's report, move to adopt the resolution as amended by the committee. Will not require a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion to adopt?
Chairman, I'd like to ask a question.
Brother Stanley?
I'd like to ask a question of the chairman of the Constitutional Committee as to what reasons the committee have for changing this to electing vice presidents or having them nominated in congressional district caucuses rather than being nominated on the floor and elected by the convention at large. Does he have some explanation he could give for this change?
I do, Brother Stanley, as the discussion from the committee. I would call to your attention that this is a very difficult matter for the committee to deal with. We have 2 lines of thought, and they are almost completely separated. Those 2 lines of thought are simply this. One is a working group in the area getting a better chance to hold an office within the council and assume the responsibility. Now, this raises the question of 1 vote, 1 delegate, 1 vote. We might say that the executive board, in submission of this resolution, dealt with this question principally. Now, the question of membership potential. Of course, we're thinking of affiliated membership or potential of affiliated membership. We feel, or the committee felt, that we have people outside of the state council's affiliation now because they do not feel that they have proper representation. If we resorted to central labor union districts, we would have a problem there as far as representation on a per capita basis. If we go to congressional districts, then of course, ultimately, we do have problems or political dealings that result in congressional districts. So this is a question that is open for discussion, I might say much discussion, and the committee has saw fit to make this recommendation to you. For your information, I would offer this. On the congressional district basis, we have the following affiliated membership. First district, 3,533, and this is congressional district. Second district, 2,826. Third district, 6,411. Fourth district, 1,288. Fifth district, 6,288. So you see, we do have first district, 3,533. Second district, 2,826. Third district, 6,411. Fourth district, 1,288. And I might say this is a potential of quite a few members right here. Fifth district, 6,288. Now, we recognize some problems along with the committee's recommendation, and those problems being the lack of an active congressional district organization. I expect we have delegates in the convention here right now that could not tell you what congressional district they're from after the state legislature got through with it. I don't know that we are in a position to give you a line or a congressional district line with the map or on the map that you have in your kit. If it's the desires of the convention, we would attempt to do that to give you some idea, because as you noticed, that we are proposing that these amendments be effective immediately, which would mean that this election of officers would be effective if adopted in this convention.
Any further discussion? We can reproduce the map if you'd like to have it tomorrow. If they want it right now, of course, you'd have to draw it off on. Brother Beckham?
Mr. Chairman, T.G. Beckham, IBEW Local 1435, Jackson, Mississippi. The committee's report, recommendation only states to nominate. It doesn't say elect. I wonder if their thinking was there that they would make the nominations would come from the congressional districts, which is fine, and also that they would be elected from that given congressional district. It doesn't spell it out. It doesn't say that he or she shall be or will be elected from that congressional district. I wonder if that was an oversight.
This was not an oversight, Brother Beckham. Nominations of one, a nomination without opposition, is tantamount to an election. We feel that the delegates to the convention are here for the purpose of electing the officers for the state council. If there's questions pertaining to election by acclamation, this is where the question would come up. I don't think the congressional district would have, under the Constitution, the authority to elect, but only to nominate.
Brother Jackson?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Schaefer another question. By eliminating the two lines in Section 3, did the committee intend to remove the restrictions of having only one vice president from an international union elected, or is it now wide open, and could one union elect all five?
Thinking of the committee would be if the people that are active in the labor movement to the point of electing an officer are active to the point of doing the work, then they should be elected as the officer. It is wide open.
Brother Stanley? Somebody else want it? Brother Stevens?
W. Stevens, Local 707 in Carter, on behalf of the Central Labor Union. I'd like to concur with the point that has been made by the committee. I'd like to offer you the evidence as to why I believe it is wise for us to elect people on the congressional district level for this reason. I refer you to the Florida AFL-CIO Constitution. Let me quote, please. The officers of the Florida AFL-CIO shall be a president, a first vice president, and a secretary treasurer, who shall be the executive officers, 12 district vice presidents, one each from the Florida's 12 U.S. congressional districts, and 3 vice presidents at large, one who shall be a lady vice president at large, one a member of the Negro race, and one to represent railroads. The district vice presidents must live in the district they serve. Thank you, Brother Chairman.
Anyone else? Further discussion? Brother Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, Yale Barnes, Local 204, Office Workers, Pascagoula. I want to ask you a question. As the amendment reads, or as the resolution reads, there shall be one nominated from each congressional district. Am I correct?
That's as I understand it, yes.
Are you going to elect as you nominate?
Brother Barnes, the intent, as I said a minute ago, was that the congressional district only had authority to nominate, not elect. The purpose, or one of the purposes of the delegates in convention, is to elect officers. Now, nomination without opposition is tantamount to election by acclamation. If election by acclamation faltered or failed, then this would raise the question, as I understand, for another caucus.
Mr. Chairman, there can only be election by nomination, by acclamation, if there is not another nomination. Isn't that correct? Now, supposing that in our nomination tomorrow afternoon, that the first district nominates one person, the second district nominates 3 candidates for vice president, the third district nominates 2 candidates for vice president, the fourth nominates 2, and the fifth nominates 3. Now they will be voted on by ballot, and all names will be placed on that ballot. Now there's nothing said there about us having to vote from one candidate for each district, is there? And we could then pick and vote on the 2 candidates we like from District 3 and the 3 candidates from District 5. And that would leave out the other 3 districts, wouldn't it?
I would have to disagree with that if this amendment is adopted, because it specifically says Section 3 is proposed by the committee that one vice president shall be nominated from each congressional district in caucus of said district at the biennial convention. Whereas my interpretation of this would be, if I'm privileged to interpret, is that the caucus would have to result, or must result, in the nomination of one person to be submitted or placed in nomination to convention for election by acclamation.
Let me pose a question. You, the convention, would still elect the vice president, right? Convention delegates would, the entire delegation would vote for all vice presidents. The caucus would merely nominate. Now my question is, if the convention rejected the caucus's nomination, where do we stand then? Understand? The convention might well reject the caucus nomination. What do you do then?
We're getting bogged down, aren't we?
Mr. Chairman, I feel it's better to bog down than it is tomorrow afternoon.
This is the one thing that puzzles me, and although I didn't raise this question too much in our committee meeting, but the thought did occur to me that the convention, if they saw fit to reject the nomination of the congressional district, they would have the authority to call for another caucus and ask that another nomination be placed before convention.
That answers my question. Who wants it? Brother Smith?
Mr. Chairman,
P.C. Smith.
I hope everybody's not as confused on this thing as I am, but I'll admit here now I am confused. It looks to me like we're going to get into something here that, if there's any other people here as dumb as I am, don't understand what we're getting into. So I'd like to, if I'm in order, I'd like to offer you a motion that this be referred back to the committee, and they come back out with the language they want in this, and let us look at it and see what we're getting into.
That's a motion and a second. Motion by Brother Smith that the resolution be referred back to the committee for further study. Seconded by Brother Mizell. Do we have any discussion on that motion to refer the resolution back to the
Brother
committee?
Ramsey,
Brother Jackson.
I got one question I'd like for the committee to consider if this motion passes, and that's a question as to whether or not the convention itself would be entitled or allowed to make any nominations beyond the caucus level, or is the sole authority to nominate and elect these candidates with the caucus? Could they be supplemented, in other words, by the convention if they so desire?
Brother Schaefer says if the resolution is referred back, he'll take this up with his committee. Any further discussion? Brother Edwards?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question directed to the chairman of the Constitution Committee. I believe he referred a moment ago that you might go back in caucus, but would not that be after the election?
This is one of the problems I see.
And you wouldn't know that that person was defeated until after the election. Would you propose that that district go back in caucus then and we hold another election?
Well, this is going to be, I can see this as one of the problems that might come out of it. There's the reason I posed the question a while ago. I wanted to understand myself what we'd actually have. And we have any further discussion on the motion to refer the resolution number 1 back to the resolution of the Constitution Bylaws Committee? Brother Stevens?
Again, Brother Ramsey, I'd like to point out the fact that the Constitution bylaws of our sister states in the South, they do not mention or raise the questions that have been raised here. For instance, Alabama, let me quote from the Alabama Constitution. I have a copy of it there in my briefcase if any of you would like to check it. Now, quote, Alabama, the officers of the council shall consist of president, executive vice president, secretary treasurer, 6 vice presidents at large, and 11 district vice presidents. 6 vice presidents at large will be elected by the convention. 3 to be elected from the northern district, and 3 to be elected from the southern district. The executive board will be elected from each of the 11 districts of the state. Now this, as I understand, the districts in Alabama are created by action of the Alabama Labor Council, and they elect on a district level for these offices, as I understand. And the Arkansas situation is this, and neither organization specifies that they be either accepted or rejected by the convention. It says they will be elected from these districts, and these questions are not raised. The convention accepts what the Constitution says, and if you adopt the constitutional amendment as proposed by the committee, there's no need for those questions to be raised, because when you raise those questions, if it's adopted as it has been presented by the committee, you would be in violation of your Constitution if the amendment was adopted. Any question that was raised about that? Thank you.
Any further discussion? Brother
Chairman,
Scanlon?
seems that people want to give guidance to the committee. I'd like for them to bear in mind the position of the trade union movement, which they said they did take into consideration, of advocating the one man, one vote rule. Do we really believe in it? And hadn't we better practice it in our own operation? Finally, I'd like for the committee to take into consideration that there might arise a day in the future when there might not be an individual from any union or from any area, say in the 5th Congressional District, that desired to be a vice president. Or we might end up in some district where we would not have any affiliated unions. And even though that may sound far-fetched, it is a possibility that could happen sometime. And here we are hamstrung with a provision that we must have a vice president from a congressional district where we might not have any members. Since people are given guidance, I'd like for them to think about that as they ponder over this problem.
Thank you, Bill. I would suggest that those of you that are concerned about the proposal appear before the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. This is what I'd suggest you do. I'm satisfied. They'd be glad to give you some time. Do you not, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schaefer? Now, this resolution was submitted by the State Council Executive Board, as you will note, and I can assure you that the Executive Board considered all of the questions that have already been raised. And the reason that we submitted it as we did and suggested that we tie it in with central body areas, make sure that no two vice presidents, or not more than one vice president, come from a central body area, was to avoid the type thing that Bill raises. We took in consideration the one man, one vote proposition based upon taxation, etc. That's the reason that we submitted it as we did. We thought that we should try to do something to get the vice president spread out a little bit. But because of the questions that's been raised, such as Bill Sanders and others, we felt that this was the best approach to it. My opinion that the delegates to this convention, or any future convention, they should take in consideration distribution of the board members and distribution of the vice presidents. I don't know, it appears to me that this thing could be worked out where we'd get a wider distribution without any significant changes in the Constitution. Brother Smithhart.
Frank Smithhart, from Workers Local. I'd like to state this to the convention here, that are we going this motion we have, or resolution, seems to be like it might wind up we represent pine trees instead of people. Another thing I like to pose here, there's a lot of things can happen here. Now, of course, my union is a small union now, and I'm not going off on some big ones. But this could happen. Say the first and second, we've got some international union up there as in the majority. So in other words, in this third and fourth, we got another international union, got a majority of people. So what they do, they get together and say, now you elect mine in 1 and 2, and I'll elect yours in 2 and 3. So what will wind up here, we've got 1 or 2 international unions dominating the whole labor force. Besides, in other words, it's too much complication, and I think this whole thing should be voted down, and the executive board recommendation adopted.
Well, let me place the proposition before you now.
Well, before you do that, let me say this. I'd have to concur with Brother Smithhart, even though I represent possibly the largest group of delegates at this convention. We wouldn't want to dominate the labor movement in Mississippi, and we think this is a danger if this resolution was adopted with a wide open proposition on vice president. And I will oppose these amendments in their present form or like form if it is returned to the committee.
Well, now, if this motion to refer is adopted, means that it's going to be tomorrow before you can take the issue up again. And it means that you're not going to know where you are tonight, this is for sure. Now, it's up to you. You're running this convention. But in my opinion, it would be good if we could dispose of this issue today, whereby you would know how many officers you were going to have. Brother Edwards?
Mr. Chairman, I think I can offer a solution for the consideration of this. I think if we put these amendments by the Constitution Committee in the form of an amendment to the Executive Board's recommendation on the question, then we can vote on the committee's amendment and handle that as a separate item.
What's your
and if the committee will submit that as an amendment, why?
State your point of order, brother. Right. Point of order is well taken. I'll ask the speakers now to confine their remarks to the motion to refer.
Then I would suggest to the convention that you do not refer this for further study, that we defeat the motion to refer, and then take the thing on a separate basis.
Right. Are you ready for the question? The motion is to refer. You want the floor, Ray?
He asked what I was after.
Okay. You ready for the question? Is the division of the House requested? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Mighty weak either way. Now, the motion was to refer the resolution back to the committee. It was a weak vote, but it appeared to me that the noes carried. Let's have another vote. Now, raise your hands. All in favor of referring the resolutions back to the committee, please raise your right hand. Let's get the sergeant at arms to count them here. I can't see too good from here. You count them? Hold them up a little more. Maybe it'd be better if we stand. This would be the best. Everybody stand. What's the count? 62? All right, all opposed to referring the resolution back to the committee, please stand. That places the proposition back before the convention. Brother Clark?
I see some international representatives voted that's not actually delegates from any local union. I think we ought to discard them.
They did what now?
Some international representatives that's voted here on this thing that's not actually representatives from any local union.
How many were there?
One I know.
Well, it wouldn't affect the outcome. But consider the vote 100 to 62. Now, did he vote for or against the proposition? And the last count, so the vote should be 100 to 62. Only qualified delegates would be allowed to vote. If he's not a delegate, then he shouldn't have voted. So we'll count that vote as 100 to 62. Disqualify that one vote. Now, the proposition is back before the convention. Is there any further discussion on the committee's recommendation to amend the resolution as outlined by the chairman of the committee? Who wants it? Yeah. Brother Smith. Now, let me say this before you start, Brother Smith. Under the rules, I'm expected to keep everybody on the subject in hand and not give someone a chance to speak if someone hasn't had an opportunity to speak. So if we have people that's wanting to speak, and these are people that's been up here before, at the mic, you call this to my attention, you'll get the floor. Brother Smith.
Let me ask a question first, Mr. Chairman. Are there a motion on the floor?
The motion is the motion to adopt the committee's report is back before the House. The motion you just voted on was to refer the resolution back to the committee. When that failed, that meant that the resolution was back before the convention, as reported by the committee.
Well, what I'm saying is, Claude, did he offer a motion on this to accept it as amended?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to find out, are there a motion on the floor now to accept it one way or another?
The motion, you see, here's what happened. The committee amended the resolution. And he brought out his report, the committee's report, where the resolution was amended, giving each congressional district a vice president by caucus. That is the report before the convention. You don't want that, you can amend the committee's report. So whatever you want to do.
All right, that's what I wanted to find out. That's just what I would like to do. I would like to amend the committee's report and offer you a motion if I'm in order.
You're in order.
And offer you a motion that this resolution be adopted as written.
As written.
Without the changes.
In other words, without the committee's amendments.
Right.
That motion's in order. As submitted by the executive board. That motion is in order.
Right, okay.
All right, do I have a second to that motion? Brother Edwards. All right.
I would like to second that motion.
Brother Edwards. Do we have any further discussion now? Proposition now is, if you adopt this amendment, that you revert back to the resolution as it was submitted by the executive board.
Right.
Right. We have any discussion on the motion to amend? Not all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. All opposed? Well, again, depending on the chair, the motion carried. It was a very light vote. Would you like to have another division of the House? Okay, Brother Beckham. No, this is what happened. This is what happened. The committee made its report. They amended the resolution in committee and brought it before the body. It was subject for discussion. Then we had a motion to refer the committee's report back to the committee. Yes. All right, the motion now. You want to slow down?
Chair. Chairman Stanley from CWA. I'd like to recommend adoption of the amendment as offered by Mr. Smith, delegate from Jackson County, that the delegates adopt the amendment, which was the original printed version as recommended by the Mississippi AFL-CIO Executive Board after serious thought and study by the fully elected Executive Board as what was in the best interest, offering democratic processes to the people of Mississippi. I think this will accomplish some of the things that some of the people who were opposed to it originally were after. It would be an encouragement, if that is such a thing, to affiliates, non-affiliates, to affiliate with the council. Further, I think it has the proper restrictions on it so that this won't become a particular international dominated and run Mississippi AFL-CIO. I'd like for it to remain the Mississippi AFL-CIO and not the Mississippi AFL-CIO ACWA. And I would urge that in the best interest, after much thought has been given by the Executive Board to the adoption of the resolution that's now pending before you. Thank you.
We have any further discussion? Now, the motion is to adopt the resolution as you have it before you in the printed copy. Let's make sure we understand how we're voting now. You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Opinion of the chair, the resolution has been adopted. Well, we got now. I'm sure you appreciate not having to take that. Brother Schaefer said that he appreciated the fact that he didn't have to reconvene his committee and consider this item again.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say that as we recess the committee, we set 3:30 as the time of another meeting. I'll call another meeting of the committee in the morning, immediately after the convention is called to order.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Now, I know that there's a number of committees that are going to want to meet. We've made arrangements with a hotel for meeting rooms. So, and Brother Knight will help you work out a place to meet. Do we have any committees, chairman, that would like to announce committee meetings? Brother Gillespie.
I'd like to call a meeting as soon as we adjourn in the, what are available? Parlor A or B?
John, we have the victory room here after the convention adjourns. We have the foyer out there where registration's been going on. Our parlor A and B. Now, Brother Schaefer, did you say you wasn't going to meet this afternoon again? Okay, you can have parlor B, Brother Gillespie.
All right, I'd like to have the Social Insurance Committee, Brother Broom, Galat, Babbitt, Brooks, Whitten, Curry, Nichols, and Hardy, as soon as we adjourn.
Let's adjourn. Any other announcements?
Mr. Chairman, is it possible for the Coke Committee to be able to meet this afternoon in one of the parlors?
In one of the parlors?
Yes.
Parlor A is open.
Parlor A is open?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to have the Coke Committee to meet in Parlor A then. William Pilot, Chairman, Eula Burdett, Beth Harbor, Urena Graham, Eloise Hampton, S.H. Dees, Andrew Brown, Robert Woodson, J.B. Cobb, and Doris Miller. Thank you.
Immediately upon adjournment? Yeah, immediately upon adjournment.
Yes, immediately upon adjournment.
Coke Committee immediately upon adjournment in Parlor A. Brother Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like for the Education Committee to meet immediately after adjournment. That would be Smith, Gunn, Lawson, Armstrong, Matthews, and Albert. And what was the Coke one meeting?
Well, I just been advised there's a conflict that the Resolution Committee has already asked for Parlor A, and that they've been advised that they would meet in A, so we're gonna have to find you another place, Bill. We'll come back to Bill, take your group to the foyer. That's where the registration desk is.
Where?
In the foyer.
All right.
Not where the registration desk is.
Hush. Brother Ramsey,
Brother Jackson.
I've got a double-edged problem here. I'd like to have a caucus of the ACWA delegation just after this session. And if a lot of committee meetings are planned for then, I think it's going to be impossible for me to do so. And we have such a large delegation, once they get scattered, it's pretty hard to accumulate them back again. And I'd like to know what space is available that would hold my delegation for a caucus.
The convention hall at the moment, Brother Jackson, it would be available. After adjournment.
I'd like then to caucus my delegation just after the adjournment of the convention. I don't think this will take very long, and then my people could go to their assigned committees if they're in session. Now, I'd like to ask a question of you, Brother Ramsey. Do you have any idea when the union labor and labor resolutions are planned to come up?
Yes, we've got them on the agenda. Might be that we might have to switch it. I understand Sarah might have to get out a little early. We plan on taking that up at 2:25 tomorrow afternoon. The union labor program.
Right.
Yes.
So then I better plan a meeting of my committee later tonight then if I'm going to report to the convention.
Yes, I think so.
Then I'd like to call a meeting of the Union Labor and Labor Committee. The members of that committee, besides myself, is Russell McMahon, Isla Crawford, W.B. Bates, John Erickson, Dan Butler, Elias Harden, Nolly C. Bird, and Martha Flippo. I believe about 7 o'clock tonight in whatever room it'll be available at that time. Parlor A.
Parlor A?
Parlor A, 7 o'clock.
All right. Who else?
Mr. Chairman, what room will be available at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
What do you got, Tom?
In Parlor A, the Officers Report Committee, besides myself, Mr. G.R. Sossaman and C.M. Bowman at 9 a.m. in Parlor A tomorrow morning.
That's officers' report. Okay, 9 o'clock in the morning, Parlor A. Brother Bounds?
There will be a meeting of the Legislative Committee tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in Parlor B. The members of that committee are M.E. Ferguson, W.A. Stevens, T.J. Means, Robert Fly,
Millard Evans, Olin Spencer, Russell Warren, and Bernie Watts. Everybody be there.
Any other announcements?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to announce a meeting of the CWA members for room 929 at 5 p.m. today.
CWA?
Room 929 at 5 p.m.
929 at 5 p.m. Any other announcements? Brother Robbins?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a meeting with the Resolutions Committee immediately on adjournment in Part A. I don't have a list of the committeemen with me.
I call them on. That's resolutions immediately after adjournment. Part A. Resolutions Committee meeting Part A immediately upon adjournment, and they are as follows. H.H. Robbins, T.L. Case, E.L. Smith, C.B. Carroll, J.M. Sweeney, Clayton Moss, Jr., Jim Terry, Louise Whitlock, Leonard McGee, Lon Gilstrap, Ray Elliott, and Billy Williams. Brother Becker.
Brother Chairman, is there a committee meeting at 7 o'clock this afternoon?
I don't, let's see. Union Label at 7 p.m. In Parlor A.
Would you give me the names of those people, please?
It's on that committee?
Yes.
Union Label, James Jackson, Russell Mike Mahan, Iola Crawford, W.B. Bates, John Erickson, Dan Butler, Elias Harden, Ollie Bird, and Martha Flippo.
I'd like to call a caucus of all of the IBEW locals at 7 o'clock down here in front of the stage.
All my IBEW down here at 7 o'clock tonight. Caucus of IBEW at 7 in this hall tonight. Any other announcements? Well, if we didn't get that early adjournment after all, you ladies won't do much shopping. You won't get up, go up and see the Capitol, will you? Well, if we don't have any other announcements, we'll stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.